Sorry for the delay, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, we had just a tiny bit of technical difficulty here, but we're ready to roll. Everybody's here. Good morning and welcome to the May 5th meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. Happy Cinco de Mayo for those of you thinking along those lines. Before we go into the meeting, I'd like to remind people again that this is, as per the Executive Order in 29-20, a virtual meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. And what we're going to do now is just give you a brief outline of how you can participate during the meeting. You can call in, you can watch on Humboldt Access or Legistar, and then you can call into the conference line and turn your TV or live stream off if you want to comment. So the number you will see on your screen is 669-900-9128. And you can then enter the meeting ID, which is 937-1356. And then 9730. Once you've done all of that, once you're ready to talk, you press *9. You wait in queue, and then Ryan, our clerk of the board, will unmute your phone. So with that, I'd like to open up the meeting and first begin with a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So somehow or other, I'd like somebody to, oh, there we go. Figuring out all the, there's a few technical glitches this morning, but I think it's working now. So first of all, I'd like to ask CAO Nelson if there are any.
Supervisor or Chair Fennell, excuse me, item G1, the third paragraph, the first sentence, it says the board, this should be replaced with Supervisor Bohn is requesting. This is a board initiated item, and that would conclude the modifications to the agenda.
So it should say Supervisor Bohn and not board.
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much, CEO Nelson. And with that, I'd like to entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ryan. So whenever we're ready.
Estelle, Kensawaski, top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you.
So I'm hoping the 6th District Supervisor, Mr. Mulder, will be online today. I always look forward to that. I'm the 7th District. I did wish to make comment on C1 and 2. That's our agricultural. I do still feel, I think it's C2, a little bit remiss that we didn't take the opportunity to get into the medicine portion of hemp. That's unfortunate. It really should be something that would be opened up, I think, in the future, but that's just my input on that one. I also did wish to do a shout out to Jeff Dolph, our agricultural commissioner. My understanding, he's given resignation. He will be missed, and he always brings these things forward to you, and he's done an excellent job. So my shout out to Jeff and my thank you for his service also at this time. Thank you for my opportunity to comment on your consent items.
Thank you, Kent. Any further public comment on the consent agenda?
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I was commenting on item 14, I believe it is. It's the Redwood. It's for our request for proposal in Redwood Drive, Garberville, Redway area. I've heard a lot about this. I don't see any process as far as for the community to be engaged. I mean, I've heard there's certain people that know a lot about like everything that's going on, and there's many of us in the community that have no idea what's going on. So I'd like to really see a really open, transparent process where the community could be engaged and give input. I mean, I'm excited for beautification of the Southern Humboldt area, but I'd also love that other community members are allowed to engage in that process and not just special interests. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment on the consent agenda?
Hi, Estelle. This is Tom Wheeler from Epic.
Good morning,
I'd
Tom.
like to make a quick comment on the first item, the Wildlife Services Cooperative Service Agreement. First off, I'd like to thank Agricultural Commissioner Jeff Dolph when the Coalition of Environmental and Animal Rights Groups approached the county, I think it was about 9 months ago now, concerning the Wildlife Services agreement. He was really open and willing to work with us and to listen to our concerns. And we were able to come to what I think is a great compromise that balances the need for quick action to take on problem animals and the need to preserve Humboldt County's wildlife. I would also just like to point out for the sake of the board that this is a fairly unprecedented step that a county is willing to work with us to amend a contract. And I think that this sets a wonderful example for other counties to follow. Most of the time, as we've seen in Mendocino County to the south of us, these sorts of issues result in litigation, and it just ends up costing everyone time and money. And so I would really like to, again, thank Jeff Dolph for his willingness to work with the coalition and his open mind. And so thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration of this item.
Thank you, Tom. Any further comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to board. I do want to make a few comments here. First of all, I do want to thank Jeff Dolph very much. Done amazing job as Agriculture Commissioner, and has worked with everybody across the board, and really wish to thank him for his service. With regard to the item, the request for qualifications on the downtown Garberville, just a clarification there. First of all, there have been public meetings. There was a stakeholders meeting and then a public workshop. But more importantly, the consultants that will be chosen in this will in fact be in charge of public outreach and public comments. So there should be quite a bit of ability for the public to engage in that discussion. Any further comment from the board on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Brian, if we could go to a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. We'll do a poll. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
In for.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes
Thank you,
5-0.
everybody. Thank you, Ryan. And so we'll now go to items that are set for time certain, and that is a report on the COVID pandemic emergency response. We have Dr. Frankovich, also Director Stevens, and I will say that we can't spend a huge amount of time, so I'll be keeping an eye on the clock because they've got a lot of work as we go into a transition here. The sheriff is here as well. So I will welcome our health officer, Dr. Frankovich. I think you need to unmute.
Gotcha. Thanks. Thank you. So just a quick update again. I'm sure everyone's noticing we are continuing to see increased cases in many areas of the country. We are in California at about 56,000 cases and 2,300 deaths. In Humboldt, we remain at 54 cases. And so we've been, adding about a case a week or so. And it's really been helpful for us to have this lull in activity, and also allow us to be able to do a lot of testing to get a sense of how much virus we have in our communities. So Obviously, the big news was the governor's announcement yesterday about us moving forward. And so what the governor announced was the ability on Friday. He is, I think, going to issue an order on Thursday that will allow on Friday sort of a soft opening into stage 2, where we move from straight preparedness in stage 1 to stage 2, where we can begin opening things. So on Friday, retail businesses who have the ability to deliver sort of curbside or delivery can begin operating if they have a business plan in place for the process within their business. And the really big news, I think, from the governor is that we will have on the local level an ability to accelerate more through this stage 2 and get more people up and operating based on our preparedness levels on the various indicators that we have been talking about for quite some time now. So there are some benchmarks that we will need to meet and submit to the governor's office for review. And then we are, I believe the process will work, that then we will have that ability to tailor things a bit on our local level. We had understood we'd be getting a guidance document by late yesterday, and I've not yet received it. And of course, you know, it's all in the details. So we're already kind of pulling together information for what we think will be included in that report. But of course, we need the specifics to actually construct it. So the kinds of things that we will be reporting onto the governor's office, they were looking for us to have testing capacity to be able to test about 1 per 1,000 population in our county. And we actually can exceed that at this point. So we're doing very well there. We also are to have a plan to get to 2 per 1,000 people. And so we are working on that as well. But we don't have to reach that before we begin. Obviously, the Optum site that we've been able to get active has been huge in this, in delivering some numbers. And although they started a little bit more limited, we're moving to 12-hour days with that and 132 people per day. So that gets us a long way. In fact, that alone almost gets us to the 1 person per 1,000. We are actually opening that to the public this week, and a media announcement about it went out yesterday and this morning to provide information for the public about how to access that and who should access that, as well as the online address to access registration and a phone number for those who don't have internet access. So in that testing site, we're really going to be emphasizing people who are either asymptomatic or people who are not in a high-risk job in the sense of healthcare, working in a congregate setting like a skilled nursing facility, that type of thing, who, you know, those, basically what we want to distinguish is people who are highly symptomatic should talk to their provider. If they don't have a provider, they should talk to public health, because people who are highly symptomatic, we probably want to test in our lab at the health department because we're a little faster. If you're mildly symptomatic and a member of the general public, then using the Optum site will work well. If you're asymptomatic, it will work well. And doing the testing at this site will let us get a really good idea about, again, how much virus is circulating in our community. We'll continue to use this site to screen our high-risk personnel periodically who are asymptomatic, but we envision that the bulk of the slots on this will be available to the public. So it's an exciting thing. At some point, the thing everyone talks about, the serology, will also be doable through this site. But what we're trying to emphasize, as everyone's abuzz about serology or antibody testing right now, is that it's a really good public health tool to look at populations, but it's not a very good tool for people to make decisions about their own health. It does, right now, we don't understand those results enough to know whether it actually, if you do have a positive test, whether it means that you do have some immunity, and if so, for how long. As we understand that better, the test will become increasingly valuable to individual people, but we're just not quite there yet. In addition to the testing, the governor's office mentioned us being ready for a hospital surge of up to 25%, which we can comfortably do. We're expanding our communicable disease investigation teams, and the state is also going to be offering some assistance with that as well. And we need to be able to help protect our vulnerable populations. So putting some safeguards in place for our skilled nursing facilities, jails, those types of things, as well as helping seniors be able to stay at home and be able to access services they need. Containment. So if we get in trouble, if we're seeing case counts rise too quickly, how will we know that and how do we move back? And then the last piece is looking at our surrounding counties. How ready are they? And because that can impact us as well. So those are all pieces, as we understand it, of the document we'll need to provide to the state addressing those points. So as soon as we have that guidance, we will be crafting that document and getting it through so that we can help get area businesses operating and area activities overall operating as quickly as we can in a safe manner. So I think that is where I'll stop right now. And if people have questions.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure if I have questions yet. I was on a call as well yesterday, a lot of calls yesterday, and Zach was on with the governor's office. One thing they were saying then is that the guidance probably wouldn't come out till Thursday, the guidance document, because we were all asking, you know, because we're all, you know, and what I got from that sense of the call is, you know, for communities to start making their plans to be ready, you know, when you certify, we've hit a lot of the benchmarks already. I think we're ahead of a lot of others. And then also just, I'm telling businesses, you know, to start making their plans so we can move faster, because they did also talk about the option to do an accelerated into the third phase. And I might have missed it if you said that. There was some really good things that came out of, I think, of what I heard yesterday. And so if you want to, you know, we can talk more, you know, but yeah, no, I thought it was great to hear that they are willing to look at some communities actually having an accelerated path to the third phase. So we'll know. I mean, like I said, they said it was coming out Thursday, and I'm sure you'll find out more before the rest of us will.
Well, I know, and it just shows you, you know, we were on a call about a half hour before the governor's announcement, and they were thinking end of the day. So it all changes. But you know, the important thing, in addition to just finding out exactly what they want in this document, is, you know, what their perception is of all those things that are in stage 2, right? That we can potentially access sooner because we're ready. And you're right, we've hit a lot of the points on this preparedness plan and are finalizing others. So that piece will work. You know, on the Supervisor Bass, initially they had talked about stage 3 being something we would move into as a region as opposed to a state. Yet when we spoke on yesterday, just before the governor's address, they were suggesting that it would be, they basically wouldn't commit to anything yet on the state call, just saying it'll depend where we are, how things are looking.
And Madam Chair,
yeah, absolutely. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Bohn.
And so on some of what you said, it's funny how the conversations did change, Dr. Frank, I think, between them, because by the time the conversation that happened about from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock was, you know, the region concept seems to be kind of taken off the table. You know, they talked a lot about counties having the ability to move at different rates. So I thought that was good. And they also were giving more, they seem to be giving more specific details. So I don't want to say something that's not going to actually happen. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I expect we're going to get some information also from our association later that I'm sure will match up with yours. But overall, the conversation that they had with the supervisors gave me some relief in the fact that I think they are realizing that a lot of communities are pretty proactive and already, making really good plans, and they shouldn't be held up because of someone else in the predisposed region was holding us back. So I was really glad to hear they focused on counties.
Yeah. And I think you're right. The business is really, we're really encouraging people to really draft their plans along all the things we've been talking about in terms of safety, so that they're poised to move forward, and we'll be getting more details out as well.
Great. Supervisor Bohn. He said no. Okay, he's fine. All right. Yes, Director Stevens.
Hi there. Good morning. I just wanted to add to that, we've been hearing repeatedly on the calls that we have with other local health departments that our rural colleagues are really, there are some areas that are a complete testing desert. And so we're really fortunate in Humboldt County to have the testing capability that we do, but our surrounding counties do not have that. And so that I think is going to be an interesting thing, and how that impacts us, because, the state's working on that for those jurisdictions, and we are obviously looking at how we can support as well. But I think that how it looks in other places in terms of readiness, and those places having no testing capability is really going to influence what happens in other jurisdictions, and that could influence and how it impacts us regionally, I guess, because we're very fortunate in Humboldt County, but our surrounding counties are not as fortunate. So I wonder how that's going to play out.
Well,
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm back on. I think a lot of our surrounding counties, I think it's because they don't have any cases, or just one or two. I know Shasta, I think, only has low case numbers, but their testing capabilities are up to 400 or 500. They're running 3 lanes over there with the same program we have. So I consider them almost a neighbor, because we do more commuting between Reading than anything. So, but that's true. Our testing capabilities here with what we can do and what we're going to do are over the top. So I think that's a good thing. And a little tag on with Supervisor Bass, because we had talked about this. The region approach was going to throw us into a region that was probably not as mirrored as Humboldt County is. We had coastal counties going pretty deep south, and again, 55 degrees on our beaches, 80 degrees when you get down south. Our trips to the beach are a little bit different. So I was glad to see the regional approach get out of it.
Yeah, there was still never, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Michelle.
I was just going to say there still hasn't been clarity on how they're defining region. I mean, when I say region, I'm thinking us in the north, right? Not the regional RDMHS system in terms of activating for mutual aid. It is very different, that coastal section. It includes the Bay Area counties. And so, yes, I agree that it would throw us off completely. And so when I think of region, I think of us in the north, the counties that are neighboring counties in the north.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think that we've all got it pretty clear that there's a very big difference between Humboldt, Del Norte, Mendocino, and San Francisco, Santa Clara. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doctor and Michelle, for your updates there. As far as the safety plans, the health and safety plans for businesses, I'm sure we're all getting lots of requests for that. And in our exchange this morning, you said the best advice you could give is for them to put their plan together and to send that in for consideration. So is there an address where we should be telling people this should all be going? I'm sure people are hoping to get a jump on Friday, right?
Right. I would suggest now we're basically our goal on this is to be able to have people put in a plan, have us be able to take a peek at what they are proposing to do and provide feedback. And also try and do that all in a way that doesn't delay people unduly. And then ultimately we would be able to, along the way, provide sort of a certificate like we've done for essential businesses to sort of demonstrate that they've met those criteria. So right now I would suggest, and the sheriff may want to chime in here, I would suggest that people send their plans through to our Joint Information Center. And then we will sort of distribute those internally to be looked at and reviewed.
Okay, great.
Supervisor Bohn? Thank you.
Dr. Frankovich, do we have a template for the plan for them to follow? I know we're telling them where to send it. Where do they get it?
Well, what I would say is we are outlining, and we have on those certificates that we've used sort of the measures people should be using. Supervisor Bohn, on the call we had with the state yesterday, they said they were going to be providing guidance for multiple business types so that they could actually use those documents to help tailor their responses. So in that effort to not everybody recreate the wheel, I think hopefully those will be accessible. But we do have guidance on the CDC site that we've been giving businesses through our Joint Information Center, as well as answering questions along the way about the kind of measures people need to take. So I think if people have questions and they need a resource, they should call our Joint Information Center and we can help direct them to the right information.
I was through the chair. I was wondering, Tehama County has a pretty, they put out last week a pretty elaborate plan that helps businesses. And I wonder if we could actually, you could talk to the doctor over there and actually steal theirs and put it on our site, because then that way, otherwise you don't have 50 plans coming in that are 50 varies. And I think the sheriff is all over it because he's waiting.
Yeah, I've been talking to the Tehama health officer, and they have, what they had done is they did ask the businesses to talk amongst each other as well to sort of get ideas, and from their umbrella organizations. And then they were sort of culling some of those plans that people are putting together and then kind of providing a template based on those. At least that was my understanding of their process. So I agree. I think it's nice to give people as much information as we can, and we're going to be using what they also submit us to feedback on the process. What makes sense? This person is developed this, and then we think it's a good idea, and put that back out to the community, make that suggestion within that set of businesses, because they're also unique.
Thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Sheriff Hansel, and then Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bass.
Thanks, Chair Fennell. Some of the things we have to consider is, number one, the guidance from the governor hasn't really come out regarding these businesses. He made references that there's going to be some specific guidance to businesses that come out. So we don't want to be pushing out language that's going to be different from the state and what the state is going to require, especially when it comes to businesses that the states end up certifying and regulating through their certificates and laws, ABC, salons, barbershops, those kind of things that they have control over. So we want to make sure that our guidance is the same as the state. So we're holding off. Now the process, we have put forward over the last couple of weeks a lot of language and guidance for businesses to start preparing for this. And so those safety measures, a safety plan, those things in place for your employees, for your customers, how you do disinfectants and all those other things to ensure that there are safety measures in place. You should have that plan, and you should cultivate that plan now. How we're going to do this in the county is we're going to do an online certification process. And that certification process is still being developed right now. And so we will be pushing that out, and we will be talking to this board this week about it, also the city leaders about it. But it's something that Dr. Frankovich, Public Health, the Joint Information Center, and I are all working on, and to make sure that there is a certification process. It will be reviewed, and then once it is, that boxes are checked and assurances are made, that certification will happen as soon as possible, if not immediately. If they can certify and make sure that all those safety measures are in place, then it can be certified. So we were going to try to have this up and running by Thursday, and so people who can have a soft opening on Friday can have that ability to have that certification. But it is, again, we're waiting for the state to provide us that guidance so we can put that specific language for these businesses in that certification process.
So also, I understand the way that we need to approach this, Sheriff and also Dr. Frankovich, is we will have to have another special meeting to put forward that change in the order. And at that point, if there are any questions that people have in terms of what process they need to go, we can definitely give them a little bit of more informed information given what the governor comes out with on Thursday. Yeah, okay.
I think that information will be really helpful. So
yeah.
As the sheriff said, I don't want to send people on a goose chase. I want us to be able to give them what they actually are going to need to do to meet the specs. So
I think that the most important thing is, and I've seen this with the restaurants. The restaurants had a very clear line. They couldn't have seated people, that kind of thing. And I saw that different restaurants kind of took a different approach, but they all did the same job. And so there are underlying things, and those underlying things are the social distancing, the sanitizing, the masks, all of those. So preparing just for that, imagining how you might be able to do curbside service if you're a florist, for instance, that kind of thing would all be very beneficial. And by the way, on a bright note, the list of things that the governor talked about yesterday was pretty extensive, and it was great to hear some of the things that people have been asking for already.
We lost Supervisor Fennell.
I'll go. Oh, there you go. Okay.
There you go.
Is it me?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's see. So just a couple of things. I mean, I know the business end of this is extremely important, and there's a lot of anxiety around that. And I am in that conversation, and I understand it. But I mean, I want to say that there's other parts of this besides our ability to go to a store, or we have other functions in our society related to our kind of cultural and educational and recreational components. And I guess what I'm kind of wondering is, like, there seems to be a lot of motivation for these intricate and detailed plans because people are motivated to get their business up and running, and so they're doing that, and I very much appreciate it. But there's maybe some other segments that I'm not so sure who's leading the charge to deal with those things. And we're coming into summertime. A lot of families really are going to need some help, figuring out ways to deal with that. And I'm just hoping that we're also really thinking about that in this too, and even just making sure that we're allowing for, I guess, again, equity in how the access to these outdoor spaces, and then also as we start talking about these interactions, what are the limited social interactions that might be something that people can start adapting to? And I would like to make sure that that's really in that conversation. It's not just all about the ability to go to a store, but really the ability to have human interaction. And I don't mean necessarily hugs and stuff, but I really mean functioning relationships in our community, with it amongst neighbors even. So there's that. And then I just I'm glad that we're in this direction with the state to a certain degree, because I believe that Humboldt County is doing a great job of doing what it needs to do with the testing and being on top of things. And I really appreciate the work's been discussed. But again, it's been mentioned before, the virus doesn't know boundaries, and I don't know what other counties will or will not do. And I know one size doesn't fit all, but I also know that unity is what is going to get us through this pandemic. And I would hate to get into a space where a neighboring county decides to have a music festival because that's what they want to do, or we move into trying to get student population back here in order, to keep our, in order to get education up and running again, or that's where we're going, but we're getting delays because other counties weren't following along or whatever. So I just want to make sure that we understand that. And so those are just kind of the things I want to make sure that we're thinking about and addressing. But I think I really appreciate the interactions with the state. I know I've been on my connections and phone calls within that space too. And I do think the part of the reason why you see these changes occurring, where we feel like it's dynamic in Sacramento, is because they're really on it. I mean, they're really there working on these issues in real time, and responding to everybody. They're responding to our constituencies. I mean, us are responding to our various organizations, whether it's RCRC or CSAC or others. There is real-time responses occurring, and I do appreciate, and I do actually really appreciate Dr. Frankovich's efforts with regards to the state, because I do know that the governor's office is listening very much to his public health officials there. I mean, I think that's probably, I know that's the driving force in a lot of this, as it should be. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Yes, Doctor.
Oh, no, I was just going to mention with Supervisor Wilson that the, I completely agree on the, we can only be successful to some extent as our neighbors. And so I think to the point Michelle made about, testing capacity in other counties and trying to, I do a regional health officer call with the counties up here to be able to sort of talk about what we need and where we have commonalities and approaches. And I think it's important for all of us to succeed, because an outbreak that's across a county border is our outbreak too, frankly. And so it's really important. And Supervisor Wilson, I agree with you. It's not just about businesses. So, I am talking to people who do like summer camps for kids and, childcare, and looking at faith-based operations and how those can operate safely. A lot of issues come around gathering sizes and what's going to be possible for sizes of those. So, we are having those discussions, but again, I think things are going to become a lot clearer in the next week or so as we get this guidance and we can figure out, what our options are locally.
Thank you, Dr. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you. I'll try to get these all out fairly quickly. First, I did want to thank the sheriff for bringing up state licenses, because I think there's some people in the community that are really wanting to see everything open up and wanting to push limits. And I just want to remind people that there are people who, if they think their livelihood is endangered now, if they lose their licenses, that will be worse. So it's a really something to keep in mind, and I'm glad the sheriff brought it up, because I don't think people are necessarily thinking that way. And it often, when you get down, there's a lot of details that could cause problems. So thank you, Sheriff. One of the things yesterday talked about is wanting to change the language, whether this happens or not. And instead of things being called non-essential and essential, being like higher risk and lower risk. And I think they're starting that. And I've had a lot of people be very creative, like a church yesterday, we talked quite a bit on how they can make their business less risky or less likely to pass along the virus amongst people or employees. And I think we've got some really creative people out there, and hopefully we can come up with some best practices, not just from ours, but throughout the state. But I think people who are listed currently in the category 3 can start doing things to minimize as much as they possibly can. And I think that would be really smart for them now, and not just to wait. And I think they need to be prepared. And the curbside pickup, it's interesting. People are saying, well, what's that going to do? And I think what it does is it gives the businesses time to figure out how they're going to monitor people in their store, because you got to watch out for your employees and your customers. And so people just, I think, need to keep that in their mind. And then lastly, I wanted to ask, we talk about our neighbors to the north or east, and of course I'm thinking Trinity and Del Norte. We have county folks, there's more than I think one of our agencies that actually help work in Trinity County, and they do some things in Del Norte County. Is there any thought of us being able to send a practitioner or somebody to go up there and collect samples regularly? We're a couple-hour drive away. Is there something we can do to help bolster their testing? Because we are doing pretty well, and I think if we can somehow help our neighbors, that would help us even more. So just wanted to ask.
Yeah, and actually, it's a good point, Supervisor Bass. I've been talking to Warren Raywalt, the health officer in Del Norte, and then Trinity is part of the group too. And we were talking about whether we, initially when the state gave us the Optum site, there was the possibility to expand. And so I'm actually reaching out to those folks to find out if there's a possibility for a second site, and putting that somewhere that might make it more accessible between the 3 counties, so that we could at least help with some of the populations there. It won't answer the whole problem, but I think it's something that we can try and work with as a collaborative effort. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, thank you. We do have Supervisor Bohn, but I did want to say, as far as the opening of the businesses, and not just the businesses as Supervisor Wilson said, but parks and playgrounds and that kind of thing. When are we going to see the input from the survey that went out into the community and also came to us and to the tribes and the cities, and how will that be used? And the other question I had was with regard to the businesses, we do have a section of our Emergency Operations Center and Joint Information Center that deals with businesses. Their number is 268-2527, I believe. Can they be helpful? Could they be the go-to people for businesses trying to get up and running again?
Yeah, I've been directing, I don't know the number, Supervisor Fennell. I've been directing people to 4415,000, which is, I think, gets you to our Joint Information Center. And yes, they've been providing ongoing assistance to businesses, help them find resources online. So yeah, it's a really good resource for people to use. And if they have questions about plans, that type of thing, that's a perfect place to call.
Great. Did you want to say something about that, Sheriff? Then I'm waiting for Supervisor Bohn.
The survey results, are being tabulated right now, and so we will be incorporating that with our kind of decision making this week. Again, looking at the state guidance, looking at how we can move to phase 2 and what we can incorporate there. We're taking all that into consideration. But once we get all that information, we will be submitting that. We'll actually have everyone review that on the county level, and so everyone knows where we are with that.
One of the things that I got, and also part of my feedback, is that the questions were these are your first 10, these are your second 10. But with the way the governor is looking at this, I'm imagining that it could be more, that it wouldn't really be limited to, we're going to do 10 now and 10 later, that it would just give us an idea of which businesses are more likely to be successful in terms of the low risk.
That's right. And that's what Dr. Frankovich has said the whole time. As far as we don't want to say what business is good, what business is bad. That's terrible language. It's about risk. Yeah. It's about risk in the community, and there are businesses that can be lower risk that we can start off and then build up, from there once these safety measures obviously are in place and so we can assure that employees and the customers are all taken care of. So that's one thing that we're going to make sure that we do look at and make sure that we address.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Bohn, sorry for the wait.
Yeah. Hey, is there any chance we can use the business community, even maybe the chambers of commerce? Because what we're going to do is we're going to initiate what we're going to ask these businesses to do, but they have to implement them. And we've had this discussion over and over. And I think it's important we get that faction in there with our economic development, who is trying to keep these businesses open. So if we could get that going, I think that would be, and as far as our plans, some of these businesses are closed. Could we send them to Target, Costco, and Safeway and see how they're doing it? And then they have to replicate them? Because I don't think that's what we want. Because I don't see a whole bunch of safety factor there. I think on a local level, they could probably do a better job. And I think given the opportunity, they would love to do a better job.
Yeah.
So I think as we move forward, and as Supervisor Wilson so pointedly pointed out, this isn't just about business. I'd say half of my emails are about church. I mean, I've got 3 about Little League today, 2 about youth football, fall sport, gatherings. The one I'm getting the most is weddings, because I mean, weddings are a joyous occasion, but they're also, people need to get married and move. They want to do it in their hometown. They want to move on with their life, and they have things planned. And how can we get 10 to 20 people together so we can do that? I mean, it's really cool seeing a virtual wedding, but I mean, seriously, you want your mom and dad and the family there. And I'm not saying a big gathering, but in an open area. There are so many different areas that we're going to have to cover. And I'd love to see if we could get some of that from our business community and from our faith-based community and some other aspects of this, because it's pretty far reaching. So I really appreciate what the governor said yesterday. He was like nailing Jello to a wall, though. He said a lot of things, and then says, "I'll let you know more on Thursday." But I mean, he said all the right things, but there was nothing pinpointed. We still have to wait.
One thing I would say too, though, is just in terms of getting started, the list for business expectations that we've been talking about kind of all along is sort of the same thing for public, which is, 6 feet of, how do you maintain 6 feet of social distance? Are employees masked? Do you have hand washing capability? Do you have sanitizer? Are you routinely and frequently cleaning? And do you have a way to monitor your employees for illness? I mean, those are really the kind of essential pieces that we've been talking about over and over for people to have on their tick list as they look at how their business operates from start to finish with the customer and internally. So, and we're, again, happy to go over with businesses if they have questions about how to do that best in their environment. But so many of these businesses are set up, in their own fashion, staffing wise, everything else. But those are the core principles that we're asking for everybody to incorporate into their structure.
Supervisor Madrone. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, I appreciate the thinking about the adjacent counties and how we can all cooperate to try and help each other out. And we're lucky to get this testing center. A lot of it's controlled by geography, as you know, and so there is no point of reference where Del Norte, Humboldt, and Trinity have a nice central point of access because of the mountains, right, and the rivers. So, but for Trinity and Humboldt, the Willow Creek area is ideal for Western Trinity. If you're in Weaverville or further east, you're going into Reading. So Eastern Trinity is connected to Shasta, Western Trinity is connected to Humboldt via Willow Creek. So we've got Kamal, we've got Open Door Clinic, we've got DHHS out there. So maybe what we can do is take whatever available funds, resources are there for more testing and do something there. And then if you're trying to do Mendo, Humboldt, Garberville, Redway makes a lot of sense, right, Chair Fennell? So just looking at geography and thinking how we can make that work, because for the people over in the Eastern Humboldt, it's 2 hours away for many of them. And definitely having something in Willow Creek would be huge. So just, I appreciate your thinking on how we can collaborate across county boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know what the governor's list is. I know there were about 86 of these mobile clinics that are going out throughout the state with 58 counties. So that means there's more than one in some counties. I know that part of it was tied to just how engaged the counties were and the work that they were doing. It's in fact that Humboldt County was the first mobile testing operation in the state, and that speaks a lot to the work of Dr. Frankovich and everybody involved in the response. I do want to remind our participants here that we'd like to have time for public comment, and I know that we want to limit the time on this item just because of the work that's going on. But first of all, Sheriff Hansel.
Yeah, sorry, if I can just intervene just 1 second.
Absolutely.
I know that several of you have asked me about just crime and keeping you updated on crime stats and domestic violence and those kind of things. So just look at the stats from last year compared to this year. Pretty much all Part 1 crimes are down. That's, robberies and assaults and those kind of things. Domestic violence and our domestic responses to residences, has gone up. So we have gone and seen an uptick with responding to calls for service for those domestic disputes. Now our domestic violence actual criminal cases are about the same as last year, but we are responding more to people having those disputes at home and those kind of things. So but everything else, as far as assaults and thefts and those kind of things, are down or at the same numbers as last year.
Thank you, Sheriff. It's unfortunate that people get to that stage. Hopefully, we'll get further along here. So, just as a reminder, if you want to, just quickly, Michelle, just as a reminder. you must, if you haven't seen those numbers on the screen, please refer to the numbers on the screen. And if you wish to talk, press *9, and Ryan will put you on the queue to speak. So Michelle, first, Director Stevens.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
No problem.
Dr. Frankovich and I just got an email notification of a call with the state that got scheduled at 10 o'clock,
okay.
which is in about 10 minutes. And so I'm very sorry, and I hope the board is okay with us getting off so that we can get on that and hopefully have some even more positive news to share after that. Sorry about
Absolutely.
that. We just got the email notification.
No, that's great. I know what a rolling thing this is. Let's jump quickly just so you have a chance to hear something. Ryan, do we have any callers wanting to speak?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we have public comment.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Estelle. I think things are going pretty well as far as the stats go. I did take a class in statistics, and I really would like to see a stat that I don't see there, which is the most relevant one, in my opinion, as far as tracking where this came from. We have things where I think travel related is a category, and we have other community spread ones, but we don't say, I mean, we had all those fancy trees and the research and everything. We don't say how many of the community related ones came from the travel related. So we really don't know. I can't tell exactly where we need to emphasize when this happens again. So I think we should learn from our mistakes. No reason to wait for the state. Hopefully they have something here. We're the tip of the spear. They follow our lead. I think Tehama County, if you don't already get that template, a business person would not mind changing a template later a little bit, but for them to have the template now is what they want. Something in hand to work with. That will give them something to do. So strongly recommend you today get that Tehama template out here. If you need to make a couple changes, do it, put it online for the people. I think that's imperative. I need a haircut. You know, it's time for all of us to get on with our lives. We've had no deaths here that I'm aware of. I think maybe 1 or 2 people still hospitalized, which is not abnormal. And we also do have deaths frequently during the flu. Regarding a restaurant, a lot of these places have booths, right? Virginia have a booth. All you think you have to do is have people come in and out in an orderly manner. And then you can put some kind of barrier at the back of the booth, you know, same as they have, you know, as far as the barriers go. I don't see why we can't open up just about every single business. My other question is, you haven't made any mention regarding county employees. I assume since you guys are on top of this, we'll have county employees back on Monday. That's a question through the chair, because you guys have known about what we're going to do and what the process will be. And you should have your experts dealing with it so business can get back as usual. Your employees can work safely. The public can get the services that we need so much. And so that's our request out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Didn't want to interrupt, but that is an item on the agenda later on. So next caller. Good
Hello,
morning.
Thomas Mulder. I have multiple things. One, I didn't hear anything about antibody tests brought up. I brought this question up last meeting. I did hear comments about a possible special meeting, maybe Friday or Thursday after the governor's thing. So I encourage you to get that information out publicly if you plan to have a special meeting this week about businesses. As I stated on my survey, I feel every single business that feels they need to be open to stay afloat, not go bankrupt for whatever reason, should be allowed. I think it's very, very important to think about that, about people's health and also people's health fiscally, and not just, you know, the other aspects of it. I feel that it's very, very important to look at the difference. We're a rural county. I'm excited for the agenda item you have coming up. I thank the supervisors that are out there asking us to wear masks and are wearing masks during their during those meetings and different presentations. And I thank the supervisors that reach out to people that ask them questions even that are not in their own district. And I wish during this COVID crisis that people that represented and members of their district actually responded to them. I hope that you guys open up all the county things so that way, you know I would love to pay my property taxes. So just keep those in mind. There's a lot of people out there that need a lot of help, and I encourage to hear some more about this antibody testing.
Thank you. Are there any other callers, Ryan? Good. It looks like there is.
Yes, Chair Fennell, we have at least 5 more currently.
Okay, I am sorry to say that for some of that, Dr. Frankovich and Director Stevens will not be able to stay because they're going to go into another meeting. But we'll definitely pay attention to that among ourselves, and I believe Sheriff Hansel will be staying on. Yes. So I want to thank you very much, Director Stevens and Dr. Frankovich, in case you have to jump off. And thank you, caller, for your patience. Hi, you're on. Hello. That's you.
Hey.
4336.
Oh, hi, Estelle. It's Diana Rios with the City of Fortuna. I'm not with the City of Fortuna, excuse me, with the Fortuna Business Improvement District. And the Headwaters Board I serve on. I do have a question regarding why the economic branch of the OES is not being utilized for the reopening of the county. We have a really great team there, and why are we directing everything to the health department and the sheriff's department? I respect them immensely, but I definitely am concerned with what with the communication maybe between both of them. Are we working together with them or not? Rex made a comment regarding making sure that the chambers could be in the loop. We are in the loop, the Main Street, the chambers, but we are through the OES and through the economic branch, through Scott Adair and his team. And so I just am a little concerned on why we're utilizing the health department and the sheriff's department and on the reopening plan and not the economic side. So that's my question. I appreciate all of your guys' time. Thank you so much for doing this. That was my question.
Thank you, Diana. Any other questions or comments? Yes, we
Morning,
do.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. This is Layla Roberts. I'm director of our local Small Business Development Center and serve with Diana, Greg Foster, Scott, Sarah Owings, and others on the Emergency Assistance Center Economic Development Branch. Our responsibility is business services. And so it's from that perspective that I want to
you're breaking up. Is there any way you can either move or do something that makes your signal stronger? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. About that. Right by an open window, fingers crossed, that helps. How's that?
Okay. Sounds a little better.
It's better than Vermont. I used to have a driveway. So
Put your left foot in the air.
My comments are fairly straightforward. I have actually lived in other countries through epidemics and civil strife that were involved shutdown. And the question
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're going to have to give it another try there. We can't. The minute you said the question, you dropped out.
Of course, I will try again. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Maybe you could try calling back in, and we'll go to the next caller, Ryan.
Hi, this is Dina McCullough. Can you hear me?
Hi, Dina. Yes, hi, Dina.
Hi. And so I'd like to just kind of tag on both Supervisor Bohn and also Supervisor Madrone. And I think it's really, really important for us to have a template out there for businesses. It sounds like what I'm hearing from the sheriff, also Sheriff Hansel, is that the businesses need to have either a policy or plan in place approved before the soft opening. Now, if that isn't the case, please let me know. But many of the businesses that are essential actually have developed policies, COVID-19 policies, and it would be great to have those templates, online where businesses could use those and tweak them as needed. So, I would highly recommend that we get something out rather than later. I know that there will be changes, and as indicated from other callers, we would rather make some changes rather than start from the beginning. So I would recommend that we do that as soon as possible so that businesses can start preparing. Like I've shared, businesses do know how to do this, and we are capable and able to meet those requirements. And I would recommend that we get some templates up as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dina. Appreciate that. So any other comments or questions?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Seth Naiman, and I just wanted to, I'm a McKinleyville resident, just wanted to comment briefly on the county's, lifting of the potential lifting of the COVID-19 restrictions. One thing I wanted to say was that, the county put restrictions on short-term vacation rentals, and that obviously, along with all the restrictions on the businesses, has had a large negative economic impact within the county. And, we're really hoping that the county can find ways to safely open up businesses in the future. And, my perspective, I totally understand how it makes sense to maintain restrictions on large public gatherings, movie theaters, gyms, these types of things where the disease can be transmitted quickly and easily. However, I really hope that the board looks for ways to safely ease some restrictions on businesses in the county, and lifting the restrictions on short-term vacation rentals is one way to do this, because we can still maintain social distancing protocols while allowing short-term rentals like Airbnbs and hotels to operate. These businesses could also implement additional cleaning protocols between guest stays. And, it's just, this is a way for the county to begin to get some, bed and the bed tax dollars, a little bit more tourism and dollars to come into the county to help not only the owners of short-term rental businesses, but also the employees, because there's a lot of, cleaners, handymen, other people who are out of a job right now because we can't put people in our hotels and we can't put people in our Airbnbs. So I really appreciate the work the board is doing. And again, I hope you can find ways to safely reopen some of the businesses like short-term rentals in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further calls? I would like to, oh, that looks like the same one I had before. I believe, is that all, Brian?
Chair Fennell, we do have at least 3 more callers. Okay. And the person that was having issues is on the line now.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's put her on first. Welcome.
Router now. This is Layla, director of our North Coast Small Business Center, and I was calling for praise and appreciation for the excellent response. We want to affirm that we really see the need for some sort of more robust to support business owners as they're figuring out how to reopen safely. Involves, yes, calling is fantastic. Could we also invest in some sort of check-in procedure, virtual trainings that focus on specific industries? Because
well, I think you got a lot of your message in there, and appreciate that. And I think can maybe address some of that. So let's go to the next caller, please.
Hi there. I own a small business in Old Town, and I have for over a decade. And obviously we've been closed. And I know there's a lot of people that are super eager to reopen, but I just want to let you guys know as supervisors that myself and a lot of other small business owners that I know here in our community, they don't want to reopen yet. It feels really scary. It feels really, dangerous for ourselves, for, anybody that we employ, for any of our customers. Until there's, more testing available and, that kind of thing. I just want you to know that there are many local small business owners that are not in any hurry to reopen because of safety,
Thank you for that. Next caller.
Hi, I wanted to kind of go off of what she just said. I completely agree about holding off on reopening. We haven't even been hit by the second wave, really as bad as we, so I think that, but also this conversation hasn't really talked about the people who are already going to work, the essential workers who are still going to work and putting themselves at risk, from our frontline healthcare workers to the retail workers, and the home care workers, IHSS providers, nursing home workers, private agency workers up here, and they're not being heard in this whole conversation. And we're talking about going back, but what about the people who are already at work? We don't even have the stuff we need to keep them safe. Not all the essential workers have the protective gear they need to work safely. So how are we talking about opening it up and having even more people overwhelm these systems? I think it seems like the board has forgotten the whole reason of this shelter in place was to not overwhelm hospitals and healthcare systems, so that, we could have, so that when it inevitably does happen, it's not as bad as it will be. But you guys are talking about just reopening and sending people back out there with this low risk, high risk. But I mean, the virus doesn't choose. Everything is a high risk out interacting with people, breathing on people. A lot of people aren't wearing their masks. And I think if we talk about reopening the economy, a lot of people will be thinking that it's safer and we don't need to wear our masks. But we only just got mandated to wear masks, 2 weeks ago? And you guys are already talking about reopening the economy. I think it's a little short-sighted when you could be talking about offering any sort of protections that would actually help strengthen our community instead of just getting people back to work. I think we do have other options than work or die in Humboldt County. So I'm just urging other people to realize that as well. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments, Ryan?
Am I up?
I think
Hello?
you are, yes. Good morning.
Hi, Dennis Mayo here. How are you? Estelle, can I ask a question? Is this a discussion item now, or is this the agenda item to vote on to send the letter?
This is just still the COVID information discussion. Then the item you reference is the next item on the agenda.
All right, thank you. I won't be able to stay on. I support that item when it comes up. But let me just say, first of all, thank you so much to our healthcare providers, our guys at the grocery store, our truck drivers, people that actually are the important people in our society, not these celebrities and all that stuff. The real people that get all the work done. Just a shout out to all of you. And I want to shout out to our sheriff. We're so lucky to have a sheriff that has a brain. It's unbelievable. And, you know, one of the things I wanted to point out is that I heard a statistic this morning that right now, business closures, not just shut down for the core, but the people that just went out of business, completely done, has exceeded all the business closures in California in 2019. That's a big thing. And getting, you know, the checks, the unemployment checks, somebody's going to have to pay for that stuff. People may not realize that in the last time this happened quite a few years ago, when the unemployment checks were extended, the business owners had to make that up later on. The insurance policies that carry for your unemployment were increased to most people, businesses in California, by 18% to make up that backlog. So business is what's going to drive paying for this. And the fact that we have policies, a sheriff that is going to be there to make sure that to protect our most vulnerable populations, looking at the data as it comes in, the data changes, our positions have to change. I think we're really in a good position to really roll out the beginning phases of opening up this economy, because economy is the only thing that's going to take care of this. And to Supervisor Wilson, I agree, but everything's part of the economy, all of it. I'm one of the most vulnerable classes of people. I'm going to stay sheltered in place as much as I can for the rest of the year, but we got to have an economy. So thank you guys, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Dennis. And that is our final comment. Bring it back to the board. So I know I saw the sheriff kind of responding a few times when he heard comments, and I would really like to ask you to comment on some of that. Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Estelle. Chair Fennell, I appreciate the opportunity there. A lot of good comments there. Diana, Dina, and Seth, I'm hearing all those. And just to educate some people, the Sheriff's Office runs the Office of Emergency Services. So when we talk about economic development and economic component of the EOC, it's the Sheriff's Office that is operating that and managing that. So of course, we are soliciting input from Scott Adair, from our Office of Emergency Services in that branch. That's heavily what we're doing here. And Scott was instrumental in creating the, and working with everyone to create some of those guidelines. I do want to assure people that the public health officer and myself, Office of Emergency Services, we understand business community is smart. We don't have to answer every single question there. We can put some guidelines out there, and that's what we've done so far. And the initial push to kind of certify restaurants out there was the template that we want people to kind of build from. And so it's the guidelines through CDC, through California Department of Public Health. Those are the kind of things. So we urge people to look at those and to come up with the plan based upon CDC's disinfecting, CDC's guidance, everything that Dr. Frankovich has talked about, and how you shape those, for your individual business, how you're assuring that your employees are monitored for sick. That's going to be, up to you and for you to come up with those guidelines. And so what we're going to do is create an avenue for you to certify that you do have those. We're going to do it online. We're going to do it so it's a matter of fact that you can attest to that and to check these boxes and be able to submit your information to us, and for us to immediately provide that feedback back to you once you do certify, and so you can open up your business on Friday. And so that's what we're going to do. We hope to have this out, and so people can start doing this by tomorrow afternoon, and that we might be able to have to modify it, when the governor has his orders come out on Thursday. But we want to do that. Also, we want to just touch on one thing is people that don't feel comfortable in going out, we don't want you to go out. If you're a part of the vulnerable population and or you don't feel comfortable out there, by all means, you have to put in those safety measures in place that you feel are beneficial for you. And so we only want businesses to open that have the ability to do the guidance and to provide for safety of their employees and the public.
Thank you, Sheriff. I want to put a note in there because there was a comment, a public comment regarding upcoming potential meeting. And that was thrown out there given a question about process. There will be a process where the order will be changed, but I can't say for certain when that meeting will be, but I can tell you it will be publicly noticed. We'll make sure that that goes out far and wide so that you will know. But again, we can't say exactly at this time. That's why, that's all I can say about that. Is there any further public comment about this item? Or I mean, any comment from the board on this item or from Sheriff Hansel? No, I just want to thank everybody for your interest in this, for the fact that we are moving forward, and for the complexity of this, because sometimes we get this feeling that every, as somebody said, all the information is there, but some people don't understand. But it really boils down to some very, very simple things. First of all, we all understand that we're at a certain phase now. We haven't had new cases. We've met the guidelines for if there is a surge when we open up. So we are very confident that when the governor comes out with his guidelines, we will fit the bill. And not only that, we're confident that once that happens, we will be able to go at our own pace rather than waiting. And that's something that the governor put into place. So I would like people to understand we have two interests to balance here. We absolutely, the sheriff is mandated by law, as is the health officer, to protect the health. And we know that we have a very dangerous virus out there and people are concerned about, rightly so. We also have a duty to keep the county running as well as possible. And so that's something you really need to know as we move forward. I want to thank, yes, Sheriff Hansel.
Sorry to say one thing. Okay, so we have our testing facility that is scheduled to start testing anyone that wants a test. Now, these are the people that are asymptomatic or mild symptoms. If you have symptoms, we want you to go see your doctor. But if you don't have symptoms and you want to get tested, this is how you're going to get that done at Redwood Acres. And this is the email or the website you need to visit. If you can't access the website, then call the number. But we ask you, if you can't access the website, please do so. Again, asymptomatic people or people with very, very mild symptoms can go and get a test. It is essentially free for people that do have insurance. They will log your insurance information. There's no copay. And then if you do not have insurance, the state will pick that up.
Thank you, Sheriff. That's very valuable information, and we will get that out there very quickly. And the number again is 888-634-1123. 888-634-1123. And the website is lhi.care.covid testing. So I'm not sure however else, but give that a try, and I think you might be able to reach it. Any further comment before we go to the next agenda item? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. We don't need a vote on that. And so we will now go to the next item on the agenda, matters initiated by board members. This one is an item brought to us by Supervisor Bohn. There are two parts of it, and the first is to discuss a timeline for opening of all county departments. So I'd like to go to that first, and then the second one where Supervisor Bohn would like to send a letter to the governor. So Supervisor Bohn, you have the floor.
Yay. Yeah, the first part is I've
public comment on non-agenda items.
Oh, thank you so much for that reminder. I really appreciate it, Supervisor
Sorry to interrupt.
And no. And Supervisor Bohn, I am so sorry, but I do that. Supervisor Madrone is correct. So I will go to public comment on non-agenda items. So if there's anyone online or watching who would like to comment on items that are not on the agenda, you can call those numbers on the screen, and you can press *9 to be put in the queue to speak. Again, this is items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any calls for comment on items not on the agenda, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
Okay, first caller. I'm not being able to see if they're on or not at this point, Brian. I just have, there we go. Welcome, Thomas.
Hello?
Hi, Thomas.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, Thomas Mulder. I've been beating this drum for well over a year. I want to see the ordinance 2.0 amended. I think we need to be at 200 square feet for parcels under an acre and 500 square feet for parcels over an acre. I think it's crucial to be able to allow that before the planting season begins. It's very, very unfortunate that I have not heard any reports back of the ad hoc cannabis committee reporting to the board that they've met over the last 4, maybe 5 months. It's super, super unfortunate. I'll just keep saying unfortunate. I think it's very, very imperative for the survival of our community to have this in place. Full disclosure, this would not affect me one way or like personally, financially, it wouldn't affect me if this was put in place. I just feel it's a better what our community needs, and it's very, very important to have done. And it would be nice to see this ad hoc committee actually meet. I know Zoom happens right now. I know we're in a pandemic, but heck, there's Zoom. I just had a meeting the other day with Director Ford via Zoom, and it was really, really nice. And we got a lot of things worked through, and I appreciated that. So with the technology out there, it'd be great to see that happen. Once again, I will thank that the supervisors that actually do reach out to community members that are concerned with legitimate things, even if they are not in, that person doesn't reside in their district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any further comment on items not on the agenda? No further comment on items not on the agenda. I'll bring it back. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hello?
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 Hello, you're on. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
And I'm a small business owner. And recently we just had a chamber meeting. Actually, it was just last night about Ferndale. And we are not happy with the stay-in-place orders. There's many of us small business owners that are not going to survive this closure. And I just want it to be noted that not all small business owners are okay with just staying home. We are losing our businesses, and that we appreciate the fact that we have Rex Bohn and we have Billy Hansel who are stepping up and saying this is not okay. And so not everybody feels the stay-in-place order is constitutional.
Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're speaking about an item that is on the agenda. This is for items not on the agenda. That item that you're talking about is going to be coming up next. Sorry about that. So if you would want to wait and call back or be on hold, but right now that item is not on the that item is on the agenda, and we're talking about items that are not on the agenda right now.
What am I talking about that's not on? What am I talking about then?
I don't know. You're talking about something that's on the agenda.
You said I'm talking about something that's on the agenda. What am I talking about?
You're talking about the Supervisor Bohn's agenda item about reopening the county.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lisa.
You had people on here talking about things that said it was okay to be stay in place, and they support you on the stay in place. You had other business owners saying that, we're willing to stay home, we're willing to do this, we're willing to do that, right? That was okay.
So Lisa, I'm sorry, but Lisa, yeah, that was okay when we were talking about the COVID presentation from the sheriff and the health officer. I'm sorry, it's a little confusing when you're doing this virtually, but right now we left that item. We're going on public comment on items not in the agenda, and we have finished that. We will go to the item regarding sending a letter to the governor. So I'm sorry if there's any confusion in there, Lisa, but you will have an opportunity to comment on that. And I'll go back to Ryan now. And Ryan, are there any other comments on items not on the agenda?
Yes, Fennell, we have one more public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank you. Caller?
Estelle, the neat thing is, Lisa, you get a second bite at the apple. You get to say again what you just said under the agendized item, so feel free to speak at that time. Ken Sawatsky here. I wanted to put out something that's not on the agenda. It's something I did speak briefly with Mike Wilson about the other day. He gave me someone to contact to a number, and I lost the name there. So I'll get back to you on that one, Mike. But it's regarding Animeals, and I've talked to Virginia. I have some people. Hopefully Virginia got a phone call from one of the people who kind of controls one of our local markets. But Animeals is where, when the seniors get their Meals on Wheels, their pets get something also. And those of us who are looking to help with things here, or if you are looking to help with things during this time, I think it's one of the most important things we can do. A lot of these people are out there and they decide with their small amount of money they get, from Social Security or something, whether they're going to eat or their animals are going to eat. So we want to eliminate that decision. And for any of you who wish to work with us, I'm in the phone book, 668-5288. It's my phone number in Blue Lake. Happy to work with anybody. And we need to make sure that these people who love their pets so much are able to provide them during this time of need. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue today.
Thank you very much, Kent. Any further comment on items not on the agenda?
That is all the public comment on non-agenda items, Chair Fennell.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And we will close that item. And now we will go to item number G1. And we'll begin with the discussion of the timeline for opening of all county departments. Back to you, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody else is getting a lot of phone calls from realtors, people trying to get records, building and planning. We have quite a few people working from home, but then they're telling people trying to get permits that they don't have the adequate bandwidth to get the answers that they need. Phone calls aren't getting answered from numerous departments. We're looking at financial decline. Can we do taxes by appointment? As we've heard, a lot of people would like, amazingly so, a lot of people would like to pay their taxes, especially the cash people that can't bank. And I'm not saying open everything up, maybe work 3 days, 2 days. I mean, I don't know how it would look, but if we're talking about doing things within the county, I think what we do with proper, I know it looks like all the offices have screens now. We put proper precautions. We have PPE available for them. So what I would like to hear, and it may not be successful, do we have a plan in place when we can start bringing people back? Because we have department heads, we have elected department heads who look at the safety of their employees. And I think that's job one. But with that being said, we have a lot of people on site, but we have over half our employees not on site and working from home. And I think this is something that needs to be addressed because as it was mentioned earlier, we FedEx everything from a building 70 yards from here to one of our departments, and then they FedEx it back. And if it goes back and forth, and we're delaying a lot of businesses that right now could be doing business, are considered essential, and it's cash flow. I mean, I know we don't ever look at this as a private enterprise, but we're driven by cash flow, and I think this is going to be even more evident as we move along. So I thought a discussion about when we thought our people could go back to work, because I know a lot of them want to go back to work also.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I know that's been on a lot of our minds. Supervisor Bass.
Okay, there. Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Bohn regards people's frustration. Especially with the paying the taxes, and other counties are doing it by appointment, and mortgages, refinancing. These are some things that we might not think are a big deal, but to the people who need it to get done, is a big deal. And so, yeah, I'd like to see if there's a way we can do it, whether it means alternating staff. I would like to have, I'm really glad we're having this conversation, because I do think that the community would like to get there, kind of start moving along and take care of things here. When they can't get into the offices, they can't do it. So, and FedEx is not exactly the most efficient way to get things done.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to look at this also. As the Supervisor Bohn mentioned, there are things that we can do. We can, we can take the same approach. We can model the behavior too. We can take that same approach that you have social distancing, sanitizing. We have those barriers up, etc. that stores are already doing. So I think there are ways we can do it. And I definitely like to hear from the other supervisors as well. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Amy chimes in on this. I think it's it's a definitely reasonable conversation to be having, and I am assuming that there is a lot of that already occurring with the departments in terms of like what those discussions and the planning on how to better our services with our constituents and with our customers, really. And so I'd like to hear from her about what that might be. And I think a check-in on this every week would be a reasonable thing, just to sort of a progress, if it's not just a report to us as the supervisors, so that we can get that progress going. But again, I mean, we have it's not just service to our customers, but it's also protecting our employees too, which is also something that's important in that. And we want to make sure that we're doing that. And so I'm just going to ask that, we hear from Amy before I have any more comment.
All right. CAO Nielsen.
So through the chair, the department heads have been working on bringing back county employees into the workplace. And some of what we've been talking about in our department head meetings is plexiglass screens, or the sneeze guards, making sure that we would continue to do alternate work schedules and social distance. In addition, with the help of Human Resources and County Council, we've been working on a re-entering county facility document. It's a draft document. That document has gone out to department heads for their additional input. It's also been shared with the EOC. And so those planning efforts are definitely underway. And some of what is contained in that document for county staff to return are some safety measures. And some of those safety measures include making sure that we have sanitizing wipes available in locations that are frequently touched, like a copy machine or a service counter. In addition, we're also looking at setting up some health screening stations so employees can take their temperature before they enter the workplace. Again, to make sure that they are protected as well as their coworkers and the public. We're also looking at producing some signage so the public knows what's expected of them as they enter county facilities. Things such as they should be wearing a facial covering. If they're feeling sick, they should leave the county facility. So definitely all of those measures, those protective measures are in progress and underway, and we are actively working on planning to have the workforce slowly return and begin to offer some open business hours.
Supervisor Bohn?
Is there a timeline to planning and bringing, I mean, is that like 6 weeks away or 8 weeks away, or until the sick leave pay is over? Or I'm just saying, we have businesses, I mean, even a Dropbox for the tax collector, even though I know he's an elected, that, little things, we have people calling now that bills aren't getting paid because we're not all in, or don't have anybody in some of the offices. And it's becoming, for the businesses that do business with Humboldt County, they deserve to be paid. And I'm not sure. I know some people are here, some people aren't. And it's just, there's a lot of questions about, as we do things. I mean, first and foremost, and I said that, is our employees. I'm not saying just be damned, let's go with it. Is the employees' health. I see we have a plexiglass screen out here. I mean, there's plenty of sanitizer, there's plenty of masks. These things are available now that we can put out. But we're going to have to show people that we're going back to business, or at least attempting. we can talk about it all day, but what I was wondering is there a timeline, or are we just in the planning stages?
So through the chair, if it's okay, Chair Fennell,
Yes, please.
I would recommend that your board consider, a opening when the state moves to stage 2. The soft opening on Friday would be a touch early because, as I mentioned, we are working on some health screening stations, and so we wouldn't necessarily have all of the supplies ready for the health screening stations by Friday. But I do believe once the state moves to stage 2, which includes schools and childcare, that we could be prepared to resume some business hours.
So,
go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
oh, I was just, so is that a week from Monday for some of them? I mean, are we gonna, and you hear about a lot of things. I mean, there's 800 experts on 800 different things out there, but are we going to go to, I'm hearing a lot of things for, maybe we're gonna have a lot of our workforce into the future just work from home. Is that what are we morphing into that, or do we plan on that, or is that in the planning stages when all your department heads get together? I mean, we're not privy to those meetings, but we hear about them.
Well, that's interesting to hear
Chair
about
Nelson.
So, I do think that telecommuting is a benefit for a county employee. It also has the potential to reduce costs, such as through reduced leasing. The county currently leases a number of county facilities. So I do think your board may want to explore a more thorough telecommuting policy. I'm sorry, Supervisor Bohn, what was your other question?
Well, I think the biggest thing is our departments is, and this is what I hear over and over, and maybe it's just being exaggerated, but I've got multiple emails that says I have called multiple times and I'm not getting a call back. So do we have somebody that is forwarding these phones home, or is anybody not answering? Because I think you've even heard this, that we're not getting returning phone calls and again, I mean, I've said it before, just because we're the only ones selling the widgets, we don't have to act like it. I think customer service still should be job one, and job one should also be protecting our employees at the same time. And if we're doing both of those in tandem, then we're successful.
Sierra Nielsen, did you have anything else, or one of the things that I wanted, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I recalled what Supervisor Bohn was talking about. He did ask about the timeline to stage 2. And I do want to say that I don't know specifically when the full implementation to stage 2 would occur, because I'm not in direct communication with the governor's office, but I do, the governor talked about that would be within weeks. And so I would be somewhat, and that was a week ago. So I would be somewhat optimistic that potentially the week of May 18th might be a possibility, but I don't want to, put too finite of a date on that, because again, the state is in control of that shift. But in the meantime, we can definitely be preparing and ready to address your concerns, Supervisor Bohn. Like I mentioned, the planning to reopen is occurring. And so if your board wanted to suggest a specific date, I'm and it's within the state health order, it's not something outside of that state health order, then I would be more than happy to entertain that. And I'm sure the department heads would as well.
Again, to the chair, I'm not looking to, you guys know what you have to do for your departments, the department heads, as the CAO. For us to throw something out there, I think would be foolish and short-sighted. What I am saying is, so the public has something more definitive that says at the end of stage 2. Now, the governor said he's hoping to start stage 2 Friday. He'll tell us more on Thursday, to look forward to Friday, but it'll be soft. And he's not saying how elongated stage 2 is going to be. So I don't know if for us to come back, we have to be at the end of stage 2, if that's what you think. I know there are sanitizing stations that we can get in here in a hurry, so each entrance to an office would be safe. I mean, we have a screen and sanitizing. We've had it up there at the CAO's or at the Board of Soups office for a month. The screen just showed up last week, so I think we could envelop that pretty easy. I think what people want to know is we're headed that way, because for some people that are considered essential businesses and going into the planting season, we're getting it from all sides, building and planning. We're getting into the construction season. I've got 4 or 5 guys wanting to start houses and they can't get all their questions answered. John Ford has been great to answering phone calls and moving things forward, but that's pretty specific if we have to keep calling him, and we probably shouldn't be calling him, but people aren't getting and not just his department, other departments, and that's probably his the least, but are not getting returned phone calls. And I just want to make sure the phones are being monitored.
So I will talk a little bit about my experience. I agree with you, Supervisor Bohn. John Ford's been great. And on that note, there has been a lot of work ongoing, either people working from home and some people having to work in the office. I know that, or has to be in the office. He can't work from home. And there's some areas where, so people are actually coming into the office. The fine tuning of it is that more people in the office, then you have the social distancing. Can you get this many people in? That kind of thing. So there is some work to be done. And also then the second part of that is how you interface with the public. And I've been thinking, you know, in terms of my own office hours in Fortuna and Redway to set something up so that we can at least do appointments and do smaller numbers of people. So I think your point is very well taken. We need to move through. Now, I did watch the governor's press conference yesterday, and he talked about rural areas being able to move through phase 2 faster than some of the urban areas. So I think that in that case, you know, once we get into phase 2, it sounds to me like it'll be kind of left up to us to determine how quickly we can get through. Sorry about that phone. Anyway, that's my thought. Is any other of the supervisors want to talk about that? No. I'll mute my so that you don't have to hear my phone call.
Well, and through the chair, then I appreciate that all the department heads are working forward. I understand the planning's going forward. I haven't heard it. I think people would like to hear that, you know, hey, let's, and not a target date, because I don't want to have, why didn't you hit that? Because that's all you're going to get. But I think, as Supervisor Fennell said, he did say that the rural, and the minute he said the rural could move a little bit quicker, I think I got 8 emails saying that the infection rate for rural counties is tripling, quadrupling, and it's going to be terrible not to open. So we're getting a lot of conflicting experts, as I think this whole thing has brought everybody out. But as we move forward, we are going to have to put the county back to work, because at a slow and steady with employees and our business, you know, and our customers, which is basically the county, both being put in, you know, not being put in harm's way with 6 foot. And I mean, the 6 foot distancing, I think most of the offices I go around, some aren't, but most of them have screens between them that don't. Nobody has desks on top of each other. So we're getting pretty close to, with the right PPE. I think we can do this on a phase-in scale. But I just wanted to open the discussion so people would know we're absolutely looking at this.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any of the other supervisors want to weigh in on this item? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I appreciate this conversation, and I do think that, you know, planning is good on this, and there are multiple departments. It's complicated by multiple sites with multiple facilities. And then also, I think Supervisor Bohn mentioned too, that some of the departments are under separately elected folks. And so having to work, you know, and trying to have some sort of standardization in regards to that is a challenge that I do think the CAO's office is up to. And I'm looking forward that we'll get there. So that was it.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of cautiously moving forward where we can safely. I think we have to take those steps. So.
Right. Supervisor Best, I think you already mentioned it. That's where you're at. Okay. Well, I don't know that we necessarily need an action on this. Do we want to at least go along the lines of providing direction to staff to start that planning? Supervisor Wilson?
I would offer that, yeah, I think it appears to me there's consensus in that, and that there's some consensus that some kind of reporting back, progress report at some point would be good. So I think that's something reasonable.
CAO Nielsen?
So let me reassure you, there is planning underway to return county staff to county facilities. That planning has been underway. And yes, I can report back. I do think it might be helpful if your board gave some more clear direction about when the state moves more solidly to stage 2 outside of a soft opening, that might send, that might be helpful, assuming I have all of the necessary equipment available for a health screening station. And I know Supervisor Bohn mentioned that we have all of the necessary things, but we do have difficulty getting sanitizing wipes, excuse me. And some of those freestanding alcohol dispensers have also been difficult to come up with. So I'm interested to see if that is something that your board would be willing to give direction to staff.
Supervisor Bohn?
And I, again, after watching the governor yesterday and seeing everything he said, I don't know if we're ever going to get a defined time, and it's surely not going to be a defined time for rural, as he said yesterday. He's kind of putting it in our hand to interpret what he's doing and to follow the guidelines. So I think we're going to have to step out of our box, and I would greatly refer to, I mean, I could talk to Sheriff Hansel has opened his office, I believe, and he might be a good one for some knowledge on this. But I think in one of your department head meetings, I think what you do is you sit down with Dr. Frankovich and say, what do we need to do? Because if we wait for everybody else, that who knows how long some of these, go ahead.
Through the chair, Dr. Frankovich has reviewed the re-entering county facility guidance document. So that has taken place, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, then.
Yeah, we've seen it.
That's why I'm through the chair. I'm really glad we're having this, because that's great. We're hearing this. And I think it's great that our public is hearing it, even so that some, we can be privy to this if we want to be or not, I guess. But I think our public needs to hear, we have all this information coming out from our GIEC and our PIOs and everything that are over there. This is information that would be really helpful, that says we're looking at getting things back to normal. So I think the biggest thing we do as elected officials, especially in our positions, is let our peeps know exactly what's going on. And I'm getting texts and emails saying, open the county up, I need to do business. And they have no idea we're even looking at it. So maybe we should be that, and I'm sure this probably will get this going, but at least let those people be transparent, let them know where we're going at it, so they have an idea and they can plan to what we're doing.
Sheriff Hansel, I saw your video come on. Did you want to say something?
Thank you. I think what Amy, their CAO, is saying is that, if we do have the plan, which we do in place, and the county departments can meet those that guidance, and we will be moving to phase 2 sometime soon. That maybe that can be the trigger point. So as long as adhere to all the guidance and we move to phase 2, then that would be it. So for us to get out of this soft opening and go to that phase 2, we have to attest to certain guidance, just like the public health officer says. So moving to phase 2 would probably be a lot quicker than other counties, because essentially from what we know right now, that guidance, we already have met most of those guidance, pretty much all the guidelines. And so for us moving from that soft opening to that phase 2 opening could be rather quick, but we're waiting till the governor kind of lays that out for us so we know for sure. But we could move to phase 2 fairly quick. So the report that our CAO has put out as far as guidelines for the county is a solid one, approved by the public health officer. So providing her that direction, I think would be beneficial for the whole county.
Thank you. And that has gone out to all the department heads, as I understand it. So I think then what we can count on here as far as this discussion goes, CAO Nielsen, is we'd like an update on this at our next meeting, and encourage all of the department heads to move forward forthwith in making their plans to get ready to open. So that was, oh, sorry, go ahead.
With
Yeah,
that,
absolutely.
since it is an action item, with that, I would like the sheriff, at all possible, or the JIC or whoever does it, let the public know what's going on, because they're the ones that have to come pay their taxes, close the escrows, get their bills paid, record things, get marriage certificates, all of those things. So I think letting them know, because I'm literally getting people saying, well, I'd be able to have my wedding in August, and that doesn't have anything to do with licensing, but it does have something to do with gatherings. I got a call this morning about youth football that starts in August. But I'm also getting calls about people closing their escrows and things like that. So if we could do coming back to our meetings, great. But like I said, we have all those modes of getting information out. I think it would be great that we, I think if everybody had more information, they wouldn't, because I don't think people are mad. I think people are scared, and because they don't have information, they don't know what's coming. I think if we could inform them a little bit more, I think we would be much more successful as we move through this.
And I'd be happy to inform him if, I'm sorry, Chair.
No, go ahead. Supervisor Wilson, his hand up, and I'd like to hear from his first sheriff. No offense, Mike.
Sheriff first.
No, Sheriff, because he's just in response. Go ahead, Sheriff.
I apologize. So if the board provides direction as far as specifics, I'll be able to inform the public, as far as when we do plan on opening up. The public will be informed, and those safety measures and everything will be advertised, and clear direction will be provided to the public regarding what the expectation is for them entering the facilities.
And I will say, in terms of information, there's so much information, and then we've talked about this before. There's all over the web. There's information coming from everywhere. But the bottom line is, practically every day, the Joint Information Center sends out a press release about one thing or another. Let's say, for instance, do people know that right now you can do elective surgery, those kind of things that you weren't able to do for a while? That's gone out through the Joint Information Center. I would say also that for the separately elected officials, such as the tax collector, the auditor controller, if they get their office out, they can contact the JIC and get that information out through the Joint Information Center. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, going back to what CAO was, I think, asking for was some kind of connectivity with regards to reopening associated with the phasing. And I appreciate that. I guess for me, I'm having, and I wouldn't mind having, some sort of more direct, I guess, direction from us to do that. But with this soft opening concept related to the phase 2, I guess I don't really know what that language might be. So if the CAO wants to suggest language by which that will help her give a more concise message to the departments, I'm happy to entertain that, and so that we can help our CAO help departments know a bit better what those thresholds might be.
Through the chair, can you talk amongst yourselves for a moment while I finish that thought to support Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you. I noticed that Ryan is on. Did you want to say something, Ryan?
I was just going to remind, we do have public commenters as well.
Thank you. Well, let's just take some public comment on this item. And again, this item is about the county departments opening up. This is the item we're talking about right now, is the county departments. So I'll take public comment on that item. Good morning.
Good morning, Estelle. I am neither angry or afraid regarding the situation we have out there. I believe, my understanding, it's within your latitude, and I wouldn't open this Friday as far as a soft opening, but I would consider going ahead and on the 11th, May 11th, I would like to, at this time, if there are the electeds out there, and I never make threats, there's recommendations with consequences. If you want to be reelected, do the best you can to have your departments ready to go when everybody else is ready to go so that we can get the services. I did wish to make comment regarding return phone calls. Go ahead and call your planning and building department. The message machine there, when you get it, will say, we will get back to you hopefully within 2 days. Now, I spoke to Steve Warner yesterday. He got back to me within 2 days. I haven't heard from Mr. Luther. And I had 4 calls, I think 4 or 5 calls in the John Ford, none of which were answered whatsoever. So there is some angst out there. It's not coming from me, but it is time that the county went ahead. And I'm glad you have your plans in process. We've had, 6 weeks or a month? I don't know. Time flies to get it ready. And so I'm so proud to say that we're ready to go. Hopefully May 11th, we'll be back and running as far as the county goes. We can get money from a bank. We can get food from Costco. We should be able to get services from the county. Thank you for the opportunity to support your efforts today.
Thank you, Kent. Any further public comment? Again, this is on the item opening up the county departments. Welcome.
Hello, Thomas Smolder here.
Welcome, Thomas.
Hi, so I'm calling, I support opening all departments as soon as possible. Safety, taking safety protocols and all those kind of things. I mean, there are a lot of places open that I personally don't see taking the protocols that other smaller places do, but I think it's important for the community to have these governmental county departments open. There's lots of business that still needs to take place, questions that need to be answered, and also in efforts to restore our economy, I think it's going to be crucial and imperative. I thank Supervisor Bohn for bringing this forward. I appreciate his gumption to, bringing forward these hot button items and have a discussion about it. I think I would heavily support your board coming out with a date. Put out a date there and say, this is our goal, and have these discussions open for the public, because as a community member, I had no idea there's these meetings going on with department heads talking about possibility of opening or not opening. So I think as many things as possible to put out openly to the public, I support. And I want to clarify, you're taking this agenda item as a 2-parter, we'll still be able to talk about the letter later.
That is correct, Thomas.
Okay, thank you for my opportunity to speak at this part. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other comment on this item about the department open up?
Sheriff Fennell, I don't have any more public comment. Oh, actually I do.
Okay. Hi, next caller.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Lisa again.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk with all of you, and thank you for taking our calls. I just want to reiterate again the importance of the support to our small businesses. That's the foundation of our community, and that I know many people may feel different, but I know a lot of people who feel the same way that I do, but they are not willing to step up and speak because they feel they're going to be persecuted by our community. So I just want to reiterate, there's people like me who do not have another income. I mean, I'm the breadwinner. I make the money in my household. I have 2 small children, and what are we supposed to do when we can't feed our kids? I mean, what's the expectation? I mean, so far you guys have been phenomenal. We're better than most counties, but right now I'm in a situation where I have to work, and I have a business, and if I don't work, what do I do? Hello?
Yep. Yeah, this is public comment. I really appreciate the fact that you're joining us and giving us your input, Lisa. The way it works is that during public comment, we don't do it back and forth. You give your comment, and then it'll be responded when we hear from everybody.
Gotcha. Well, I just want to put that out there because I know I'm not the only person in this situation, and I know there's many people desperate right now, and I feel like somebody needs to speak up and stand up. And I appreciate the people who are giving our governor the information that he needs to understand that we are different than LA, and but we can't do this for very much longer. I mean, I as somebody who's in the community and doing what I do, we can't do this for very long. And at some point, we're all going to be breaking laws. I mean, and so that's just very important that people realize that they're not the only one in the community feeling the same way I am. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that this is how a majority of the people that I spoke to feel, and that we're going to start opening our businesses. We have to, because we have no other choice. We have to feed our families.
Thank you, Lisa. So again, this is we're talking right now about opening up the county departments. Any further comment on this item, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, I have no more public comment for this item.
Okay, bring it back to the board, and any further discussion of this particular item? Supervisor Wilson.
I'm just making sure that Amy or that our CAO has some language for us to consider that would help clarify these thresholds that she's asking for.
Yes, I can. CO Nielsen?
Yes, through the chair, I was going to suggest some language such as all county departments to resume office hours and interactions with members of the public and staff while maintaining appropriate safety protocols when the governor moves the state out of a soft stage 2 opening into a formal stage 2.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson. Thank you, Amy.
So I'm willing to entertain that as a motion, so long as it has the caveat that's a goal. I mean, I don't really know if, and that assumes that we have the capability to move past in that space. So I want to make sure that we're not having an unreasonable expectation.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I appreciate that consideration, because I understand that people can view the county as a bit of a mystery. So one of the things that's going to need to happen with the re-entering county facility document is that document needs to go to the unions, and the unions need to see that document, because the unions have an interest in making sure that their employees are safe, just as we have an interest in making sure that our employees are safe. And so, I understand the desire to have a very firm date, but that very technical aspect of a reopening does need to occur, as well as making sure we have the appropriate supplies on hand, such as the health screening stations. And so I do suspect that we will be able to get there somewhat quickly. And I think if you could provide direction that once we get to a complete stage 2, heading into stage 3, then that direction lets departments know that they need to start preparing to open up their providing office hours again to the public. And I also would like to say there are county departments that have been working this entire time. I do think there's a touch of an implication that people aren't working, and that isn't the case. You know, a lot of the county departments, if not all of them, are actively working. They may be working from home, but they are working and continuing to provide services to the public.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, well, maybe you felt that. Because I said at the beginning, over half of the people are showing up to work. So that means we do have most of all of our departments, people are showing up. Yeah. I'm not saying that. It's just there. It was the phone call issue and things like that. And as far as setting a date, I mean, there's going to be, and I'm sure we've already started this conversation with the unions. How is that going so far?
You know, typically that's not a question I would answer in open session.
Okay. Okay. With that, then I will clarify it. I certainly hope we've been having a discussion with the unions and asking what they would like, so our plan is in concert with them. And then the other thing is there's going to be certain things that we probably won't be able to get. I know some places sanitation wipes is one of those things that are really extremely hard to get, but a lot of people, you can take a spray bottle and make a sanitizing wipe every time somebody comes through. So with a paper towel, so there are ways around it. So I think we can keep our employees and our customers safe. So hopefully all those conversations are going so everybody is in the discussions, no one can throw a cog into the gear. So
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson, did you make that motion or?
Well, I mean, what I'd like to do is to make sure that what Amy said is read back to Ryan so that he has it correctly scripted. But
Go, Mike.
Rather than a hard, fast date.
You broke up there. Say that again, short form.
Oh, sorry. My internet connection seems to be having issues. It could be that I have a couple of students in the house zooming their instructions. So let's see. What I'm saying is there any adjustment, Amy, to that original language that you put forward? And can you repeat it back so that Ryan can get it correctly scripted?
So through the chair, all county departments to resume office hours and interactions with members of the public and staff while maintaining appropriate safety protocols when the governor moves the state out of a soft stage 2 opening into stage 2. And I would now add heading into stage 3. And that date is flexible.
And I would add it that, well, I would say ending it there, but on the front end of that sentence, put it is the goal of the supervisors, or it's the goal of the county too, and then what you're saying there. And so that we have a direction we're trying to get to, a target, and that it's really our goal to get in that space. Does that make sense, Ryan?
Yes, Supervisor Wilson, it makes sense. It's the goal of the county. It's the goal of the county for all county departments to resume.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yes, so is that your motion?
Yes, that is my motion.
Thank you.
I would like to hear the yada. I would love to hear the yada part of it, because what happens, and this is just on the state level, if there is kickback stage 2 to stage 3 on the state level, and we're all dressed up, ready to go to the dance, and do we just wait? I mean, there has to be a certain point where we can make that decision.
If you're asking me that question, I would assume that, again, this is a direction, and that if there are opportunities to do things either sooner or there are roadblocks to getting things done sooner, that we will have this discussion will come back to us. So I just want to set us in the right direction. I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Bohn, but I just want to like get us moving, get the train out of the station here.
All right. So I will reiterate again that we, okay, maybe things might change, but it seems that we have done very well in terms of meeting all of the guidelines. We will have the driver's seat once we get into this first phase of phase 2. And I just think that bottom line, we can as a county move forward. We are an essential service. And I do know that that's what I'm planning. I know that that for those kind of businesses, for those kind of services that need that over-the-counter interface, we will be trying to do that ASAP. I'm going to put it to a vote, Ryan. So we'll take a vote.
No, there's no second. I have the
Supervisor Madrone is seconded.
Supervisor Madrone. Okay.
Yeah. So if we could go to the vote now, please.
Sure, Chair Fennell. So we'll start with the roll call vote. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Love it.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much for that discussion. Now we'll go on to the second part of Supervisor Bohn's item. This is a letter to Governor Newsom requesting lifting the statewide shelter-in-place order. Supervisor Bohn.
And I appreciate the 60 or 70 emails that came in, that the mass email somebody sent out to get help on this. But if you read the letter, Dr. Frankovich, we talked about the letter. It's almost a moot point, almost, not exactly. I would probably like to still send the letter and thank the governor so much for stepping up and actually taking the ball out of our hands and doing it himself. But either or, I can throw it away too, just as easy, because it's already he's already hit the number. So I think the hysteria that somebody tried to start is because the letter doesn't say open up Humboldt County. It talks about using our public health officer and moving forward. Basically word for word what the governor said yesterday, but I just can't say it as eloquently as the governor to get it followed up with. So I just think we have to, in rural counties, we've heard it, and I think in that letter twice, it mentions we move forward while protecting our most vulnerable population. And nowhere in there, and we have to remember this because we've heard from businesses that don't want to open up. Nowhere in that, what I was hoping for, are we telling people that they have to open up? It's purely voluntary. So I think that's, the people that want to open up and think they can be safe and move forward, that's great. The ones that can't, because it's just hard for me to warrant, and I made a point, I didn't go in, but to look at a couple of the big boxes that are open. Man, I don't know. I'm pretty positive that if we give the leeway to our local businesses to perform, they will far and exceed what the big boxes are as far as social distancing, masking, cleaning, because I've seen it. I was at Leon's yesterday, and 2 customers got up and left who were on other sides of the room. Somebody came out from behind the counter and wiped all the chairs down. The idea of, I think, Supervisor Wilson, of getting back to hugging, I don't know if non-family members will ever get back to that. But it's so, I had 4 people want to shake my hands yesterday because that's what we've always done. So it is something we're going to have to do. But as far as this letter, it was just basically thanking him for all the hard work he's done. If you read the letter, it says it both at the beginning and the end, so he doesn't realize our love and adoration. But it was the idea that Humboldt County and rural counties are a little bit different. And as we found out from the beach closures, we're a lot different. So it was just, so if we wanted to send it and say, thank you for doing this already, that's great. But if you guys want to poop can it, I'm good with that too.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's what people, this seemed to have people swing very widely on two different planes. It was definitely generated a lot of email. And what I was trying to explain to people is it was not saying anything specific about open us up now, we're going to do it on our own. It was more, it was just exactly as Supervisor Bohn said. It's actually a fairly benign letter, but people tend to read into things what they want to sometimes. And I'm thinking on, it's not just one quote side or the other. That happened, I think, on multiple levels. So, you know, I think with the governor actually showing there is recognition of counties, one being different than rural counties, even more different. You know, you could go either way. If you wanted to send the letter, it's basically saying thank you. And he knows everybody wants to see the show, and not everybody. Counties eventually would like to be able to move forward, but realistically speaking, he gave us a good plan yesterday, and you know, I don't think it is necessary to send the letter anymore. I appreciate Supervisor Bohn's skills at writing it, so I mean, I'm good either.
I want to say, reflecting on the letters, because there were a lot of letters, and I think that Supervisor Bohn was basically feeling that anxiety in the community, and I do want to make a point though that there were no, we don't want to open, and yes, we want to open everything, but I would say a significant number of people who wrote actually expressed very similarly to what the governor has done, which is please just let us get started, let us get open, we'll take care, we'll take all the precautions, we just need to move a little further along. And so in that, it is kind of moot, but I don't want to say that there was like a black and white. There were all sorts of areas in those letters, and I really appreciate the people and their thoughts on how we can do that and what to be done. And so I appreciate that as well. And Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I appreciate all the emails, but what I did is the ones that had phone numbers, I called back, and it was amazing that the email they got didn't actually have the letter in it. It just had what they thought the letter said. And after I explained that we soft approached it, people understood. I mean, that's, and Dr. Frankovich looked at it, and she has basically said she's not here, so I'm not speaking for her, but I've got it on a text from her if I could read it verbatim. She says it could go either way. You could send it with a thank you, but she thinks it's a moot point. I think he understands we're up here by ourselves, but I do want to be aware that, again, the governor gave a great speech yesterday and said everything we wanted to hear, but nothing was implemented yesterday. That we have to wait till Thursday. So let's actually see what he actually comes out of this. It was actually like he was putting a toe in the water to see how cold it was, and then he was going to pull it back and see how it went. So I think we have to be aware for everybody in our counties, both for their spiritual, both for their physical, and both for their economic health, as it's been said. This is such a big picture to tell people that we want you to stay home for 45, 60, 90, because this isn't going away. We're just going to have to learn to deal with it and be ready for it. And we're doing a pretty good job at getting there.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I definitely have to say that in this whole endeavor, Humboldt County has done very, very well from putting the Emergency Operations Center in place right away, from having a business component of the Joint Information Center and the Emergency Operations Center. And I do think that Sacramento recognizes that. So really appreciate what the governor did yesterday, and also the fact that he does say that the rural counties will have the ability to actually move a little faster than others. Remember, he's dealing with places like LA and San Francisco and Santa Clara as well. People are dying. There's more infections happening. So he's got to take it all into consideration. That's why I think him saying that the rural counties, less populated counties, who are who have put everything in place, the testing, etc., get a little bit more flexibility. Supervisor Wilson.
Oh, I just want to say that, you know, the last sentence of the first paragraph really is very specific. It asks to lift the statewide SIP order. So I don't know if it's that benign. There is a plan to lift it. It's in 4 stages. This is very specific if you look at this sentence about lifting. And so for me, I don't think this really needs to send this letter. The way it was interpreted for a lot of people was it was like a kind of like one of those breakup letters. It's not you, it's me kind of thing. And I don't know. It was definitely uncomfortable from that perspective. And we have to understand, and I think we said it before, that this is as great as Humboldt County is doing. And I think we are doing we're really leading the pack in terms of our response related to rural counties and doing an amazing job. And it's a testament to our public health officials and our sheriff are doing really great. We have to understand that we also stay at home doesn't just mean like whether you can go to a business. It's talking about whether you're traveling across the state as well. And it has reference to that. And I'll give an example. An example is if we were just to lift it whole, just lift it as it is in this letter, then what if Del Norte County decides to have a music festival, for instance, and then we're talking about our relationship with we're not urban, so we're different, but understanding that lifting that up means that then we're in contact, that then what happens in Orange County can impact us in the future if as we move forward. So I want to make sure that we understand we are still connected to all the counties within California. And I know it's one size doesn't fit all, but at the same time, some unity in that, how we move this thing forward. And that is to recognize all of the anxiety and the economic issues and hardships that we're dealing with. And at the personal level, this is just extremely difficult. But I mean, I really do actually like a lot of the language in this letter, but because it is very complimentary in a lot of ways. I just don't think that there's any function now at this very time to do this. And maybe if we wait and see what that response is from the governor's office in terms of, I'd like to take a wait and see. It would be my preference on this in terms of how we're responding. I think our personal, what I mean personal is like supervisors, relationships with our state agencies and our state organizations, and it's been working very, very well. I don't want to taint that at all in this concept because I think we have been doing a very good job. All the supervisors and I mean that like really have been interfacing well in that regard. But yeah, that's kind of where. Hold on one second. Yeah, I just don't want to really balkanize the state on a county by county basis. I think it's important that we work together, and I think we have been, and I don't want to be perceived as moving in some other direction. That's what I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, Supervisor Wilson, it just almost seems like you took one line and let's tell everybody about it. But it says, as we move towards the anticipated day of lifting our local shelter in place. It doesn't say let's lift all the shelter in place plans. Let us work with our shelter in place plan. Let's trust our local sheriff, elected official, and our public health officer. It doesn't say that. Now I see where maybe where all the emails might have got confused. I am not talking about lifting the shelter in place. I'm talking about the Humboldt County one moving forward, as I say in here, so we don't have to, because right now we're operating under 2 shelter in places, our counties and our states. What I'm asking for is to trust us and trust our public health officer, which we have done to down, King, down, which I have done. We have done wholeheartedly, 100%, allowed her to make all these decisions. I am still giving her and the sheriff that decision, but we don't operate under the state guidelines and our guidelines, which is causing confusion. Nowhere in this letter do I say take away the shelter in place. I think maybe that's where the idea was, because we do have ours. Unless, did we take ours? Did we drop ours?
Can I read?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor.
I just want to read the
Wilson.
sentence. We
Yeah.
are requesting that you place trust in counties, their public health officials and elected officials, and lift the statewide SIP order. It's a clear sentence in the letter. I don't know. I feel it's fairly clear what that, I mean, maybe it's an unintended message, but
no, go 3 sentences up where I says, as we've moved towards the anticipated day of lifting our local shelter in place, ours is still going to be in place. That's why it's a whole letter and not just one sentence.
And to respond, this is why I'm saying lifting it statewide puts us at risk of other, how other counties and other places do what they do. So again, we're in it together. This is the debate, I suppose. But
let's get rid of it then. I mean,
let's hear from the public on that. And
we're arguing. Well, I think
semantics.
We're arguing about if it's potato or potato. Let's not just send it because he's already said he's going to give it to us. Let's see if he actually does. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. We have Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to weigh in on the, I can see where someone would see the language of lifting the state SIP as being raising flags. But you also, what I was telling people is like, it doesn't say immediately lift it now, or we're going to do it ourselves. So to me, it was more like, I've been telling people it's lifted in phases. And that's what I think the governor is doing. So perhaps it's just people are kind of like lost in the language, and I understand that because it's easy to do. And I just want to say I would agree with Supervisor Bohn, and let's keep it, and let's hope that it moves forward. We can always send a letter another time if we feel it's necessary. But I hope we don't spend a whole lot of time talking about the semantics, because we have a lot on the agenda, and I won't comment on this one anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass, and I agree with you that don't want to spend too much time, but I do want to just make one fine point here. I know I can see the window. I want to point out that there were some people who did come on who echoed the sentiments we've seen across the nation of people saying, open it up now, and liberty and all that stuff. So it's not, that's probably lift the statewide order is what got that going. So I think it is important to clear it up. And I am certainly very appreciative that the governor has seen fit to see that people are concerned and take the approach that he's taken. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, let me say I appreciate the sentiment of the letter, and I think I've heard that across the board that that's there. I also have heard across the board from our board that it's sort of moot at this point. It's more something that was written a few days ago, and now the governor's moved forward with some things. We're moving forward today with our plans to very cautiously start reopening the government, thinking about moving businesses into soft openings and then phase 2 openings. So again, I appreciate the sentiment of the order. For me, I guess the most important thing is that we as a board, I feel very proud of, have been working really well together to support our health officer, our sheriff, our staff, and the community, our constituents, in this very difficult time for everybody. What would be the worst thing to happen of all would be for us to get into infighting and battling with each other to the point where people start feeling like they don't need to wear masks, they don't need to social distance, and they don't need to adhere to these guidelines that we're all saying, and our professionals are saying, if we're going to loosen things up, it is imperative that we continue these practices so that we don't enhance the spread and all these other problems. So for me, that's the most important issue, not the letter. I appreciate Supervisor Bohn drafting it, and I understand the sentiment there. But I think really my focus is on us working together and sending a clear message to the community that this is not the time to relax on our measures. Even if we do start opening, which we're going to be doing, this is the time to double down on the distancing, the mask, the hygiene, and all the rest of it. So I just want to put that message out there that to me, having that continuous and supportive message is what's most important here. And so thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for bringing forth this discussion.
Thank you. With that, in the interest of time, as Supervisor Bass said, we do have a long agenda with other items actually addressing this emergency. So let's go to public comment on this item, and we'll go to Kirk Sharp. And I imagine we have quite a few, so just let us know. So the first person who has...
Estelle, as long as I qualify for quite a few, I might be it. You never know. You know, I was not going to speak on this one topic, and you guys forced me into it.
Sorry about that.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm more sorry than you, or maybe not. We'll see. But basically, you know, I want to thank any of you for drafting a letter. And I want to say, if somebody has a problem with the letter that somebody else drafted, they definitely should draft their own, I didn't say damn, their own letter and put it out there, and everybody can pick and choose, and we can do it just like in 6th grade for soft. You know, I agree with Rex's dog. That's all I have to say. He made a comment there. We need to do like Supervisor Madrone said and work together on these things. You guys have been doing great. Semantics is not a thing to talk about during this circumstance. I do have a question. If you're going to write another letter or this letter or something, there's been mention of a special meeting. We didn't get any clarity. I recommend if you're going to write another letter or deal with this letter, you do it late in the day on Thursday when we can get the report out. And if we need to take actions, we do that on this letter or any other letter. They give them an opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I support the letter in its entirety. I think it would be important to send that letter and hopefully send it via email and written, so that way maybe the governor can look over that before he actually comes out on Thursday with a statement, because as Rex said, he made a bunch of statements, but he has not put anything to fruition yet. So I encourage you guys sending this letter. And also I thank you, Rex, for bringing the letter before the board for authorization before just sending it out. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment I have for this item.
Okay, then. All right. Looked like there were more. We'll bring it back to the board, and I believe the Supervisor Bohn.
And I'll pull it back, but I just want to know, nowhere in here does it say to relax anything. If we're going to open something up, let's make it tougher. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is we make rules for as we go along, you know, face masks, which I was wearing 2 weeks before it actually came out. When we give all these precautions, sometimes we have to tell people you're doing a great job, give them a little bit, you know, and our people, Humboldt County will do fine. We've been doing fine. Our biggest problem, and nobody's going to want to touch this with a 10-foot pole, the biggest thing we can do is as we open up, we may have to look at inter-county travel. That may be the biggest thing, because I mean, we've only had 9 community spreads. Everything else is out of so that may be our biggest thing is community travel. And I hate to throw it out there because I have so many friends in the lodging industry and things like that, but we may have to set something up for them to give them relief on taxes or something like that, because they may have to go the longest, because I think travel spread has been the #1 issue, because we're doing a pretty good job here. And I think our local businesses can go. That'll affect TOT and everything else and a lot of other things. So as we move forward, but nowhere in this letter, I want to clarify, as everybody's doing their kumbaya, does it say relax anything. It's giving complete control to us locally, and we can work with our neighboring counties. We can work with whoever any of us decide, but that could be a majority of that, and follow state guidelines, but leave it up to us, because I still think we can manage our own a little bit better than the state. I don't think he has 40 million people to take care of. I sometimes think we can do, and so Del Norte and Trinity into it, so that'll give us 165,000 people to work with. I think we could do a pretty good job in conjunction with them. So I've already put the letter in the trash can. I can't say that I won't send it for myself because I am still an individual of this state. So, but we can put her to bed and go from there. But and I do apologize. I'm going to bring things forward like this because people are asking for it, you guys, and I'm going to kind of do what they ask sometimes. So, and I know as you do too. So appreciate your time. Appreciate your effort. Love the conversation.
Well, I hope you stick around for the rest of the meeting, Supervisor Bohn. Anyway, so we will move on to the next item, and thank you for the discussion. So the next item on our agenda is item H1. It is the introduction of an ordinance to amend the purchasing guidelines, and I believe I want to ask Council Billingsley to introduce the ordinance.
Thank you, Chair. Before your board is the introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of Division 4, Title 2 of the Humboldt County Code relating to the purchasing agent of Humboldt County, Sections 245-1 et sec, Sections 245-2, -2.5-3, items A, C, D, H, 245-4, 245-6, and 245-10 by title.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. CEO Nilsson.
And we are going to turn it over to Bev Pixley, but I think Bev has disappeared. Oh, there you are, Bev.
Yes, there you are.
All right. Bev is going to give you a summary of the ordinance changes.
Thank you. Welcome, Bev.
Good morning. Business as usual. I'm presenting for your consideration an amendment ordinance for Humboldt County Code 245-1, Section 245-2, updating the county's purchasing agent specific duties. The last revision was in March of 2014. The revision replaces antiquated business practices with current electronic practices, such as purchasing records retention and maintenance of our vendor database software. We updated the emergency contracting threshold from 100,000 to 500,000, corrected the election code section references, corrected the county road commissioner title, raised the small value threshold from 1,000 to 3,000, which also affects the competitive bid requirements, and eliminated the extra equipment storage that has not been utilized for several years. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Bev. Any questions for, yes, Supervisor Bohn?
The emergency declaration going from 100,000 to 500,000.
Yes.
That's a pretty good sized jump for not looking at anything. So I'd love to know why, if we need 500,000, I'm sure we're going to if we get to an emergency that needs a $500,000 emergency purchase, I'm pretty sure we're going to be meeting every day if possible, or something like that. Give me an example. Is that a road washout, or because we're going to be well aware of that? That just seemed to be a pretty big jump to go with to run with, and I don't know what the clarification is on that.
Well, I'm sure that you would be well aware of any emergency that had that kind of a dollar threshold. What that does is it just frees up the quick spend that might be needed. If you had to hire, large equipment to come in and move buildings or anything like that, what I did was I canvassed other counties for their thresholds, and that's a figure that I came up with.
That's a lot of buildings to move for 500.
I don't really have a lot of substantial evidence as to why it would be needed.
Has it been needed in the past, that big a jump? That's
No, not
and
here.
CAO Nielsen looks like she wants to say something.
CAO Nielsen?
Your eyes get bigger.
What Bev talked about is it's the quick ability to make large purchases. And so that is something that we would like to be able to do during an emergency, because having to come back to your board for that kind of authority during an emergency could actually cost lives. And so that would be the reasoning behind why we would want that kind of spending authority.
So could it spell out what kind of an emergency we would do that on, or is it just across the board, any emergency?
It would be across the board.
I mean, excuse me, I don't mean to be, but if it's life-threatening, I mean, you just said it could cost lives. If it's life-threatening, I'm sure we're gonna go to $1 million if we had to without trying to get a board meeting together with lives. I'm just saying 100,000 has always seemed to have worked. And if we need more, 250,000, I mean, you can get a lot of things started for $250,000 and then call a meeting together. But $500,000 was just a lot of money, and if that's what everybody else is doing, that's great. But I just needed an example of where it's ever become an issue. But if it does, because that's a big chunk of change. But I'll just leave it at that.
Any other comment from board members on this item? Supervisor Wilson? You look like you're ready.
No, I'm fine. I think it's, I understand I understand Supervisor Bohn's concern, but it's not as big of a concern for me. So I think it's fine the way it is.
I have a CAO Nielsen.
You know, I do think you need to take this into consideration. If you had a substantial, you know, this would be for a substantial project, like a road washing out. So, you know, you would want to be able to respond to that immediately. And something like that is an expensive project.
When did we set the 100,000 limit?
2014.
Well, I don't know if 2014 actually amended that dollar threshold. It's been there as long as I've been here, which is several years beyond 2014.
Yeah, that was my thought, that the amendments were not dealing with that number. Would be interesting to know, because at what point that particular number was in there. Okay, Supervisor Bass.
So maybe this is for Council Billingsley. This would come back to us still, right? Or is it, I'm trying to find the language. You know, I can understand both sides, because you want to be able to use it if you need it, but it is a substantial jump. So I can hear what Bohn is saying. I guess what I would be wanting is if we, you know, still stick with that 500,000, or even if we decide to do 250,000, I'd like to see something next week that is kind of like the compilation of what other communities do, and maybe a few examples of why it might be necessary. I mean, I don't mind if you really feel that 500,000 is what we need. I just maybe a little substantiation would be helpful, because when you mentioned actually that you didn't have any substantial you know, backing for it, but you had canvassed. I just think a little more substantiation could be helpful to feel more comfortable with it. I'll do. Right. I think it's important. It's just someone might, maybe next meeting we might be able to get more information when it does come.
CAO Nielsen.
So there is no board meeting scheduled for next week, so we can absolutely return on May 19th with a different, a revised ordinance. If 500,000 makes your board uncomfortable, we can also provide additional information on the counties that are at 500,000. That's not a problem. And I see our
Councilor Billingsley.
Yes, Chair, and through the chair to respond, if the intention is to change it, it would have to be reintroduced again at the next meeting. I will say, I believe earlier, a public health purchased a testing machine, and that had to go to your board because it was over $100,000. I believe it was $130,000. So that is a recent item that was over the current threshold.
I would also like to make a point that if it's not written in an ordinance, it won't necessarily get paid for promptly. If it's an if we receive that authorization from the board and we have to make a purchase, then it will get paid for. But if we don't have that authorization, we will have to wait until we take it to you and so on and so forth.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine with lifting the threshold. I mean, I think, you know, what Council Member Council Billingsley brought up makes sense. I just think the 500, you know, the top level of it is a little bit uncomfortable without having any idea of why that number was picked. But like I said, it could, I'll do the will of the board. It just might be something you want to follow up with it in a future time. I don't know.
I think that what I'm seeing here, like thank you for the specific example, Bev. So it went over the 100,000. That was my curiosity. So when do we come up with 100,000? Because it might be that it's a time when the machine that we were ordering or the testing equipment we were ordering would have 100,000 would have covered it. So things have changed, and maybe we don't want to go to 500. Maybe we want to go to 250. I don't know. CAO Nielsen.
Yes, I'm in looking at the county code. It appears that that particular section of the county code was last updated in 2011. There are dates that follow the code. So 9 years worth of inflation it's probably an appropriate time to update that dollar amount.
Yeah. So then, is there a potential if we, go ahead, Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. I think when I guess my question is the process in case if there is an emergency, we could have a meeting within 24 hours, right? I mean, we have to have 24 hours notice to do an emergency meeting, but then staff would have to create, excuse me, the stuff. I mean, it would take longer than 24 hours. They'd give 24 hours notice, but then before that, there'd have to be an agenda item created. So if things are really moving fast, it could take a while, and then it'd require 4/5 vote at that point as well. And if it's like a real emergency and someone's off on vacation and under normal circumstances, and I don't know, there's people missing, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I think there may be some real need to up this flexibility. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to make a motion to go with staff recommendations. I can see where this might be needed, and I'm willing to adjust that if people want. But I do feel there is a need to up the ante on this, because I want to make sure that in times when there is an emergency, like it could take quite a while to get everyone together and to do this. So.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion?
I would second that motion.
So and maybe I'll give this question to Council Billingsley. Is it can we change it at this point to a lesser amount, to say 250,000?
Chair, it'll have to come back to be reintroduced as it'll have changed. The terms of the ordinance will have changed.
Okay, so we can't do, it's like yes or no today, or bring it back.
But you can give direction to staff you could approve it or give direction to bring it back.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, any further input on that? Supervisor Wilson.
Can we take a straw poll on that? Because that way we can know what we're, and also I'd like to take public comment as well. But it just, because if this falls down, then I want to make sure we're giving staff some, I don't even want to bother if this is too far, but I want to make sure we're getting moving, because we got other stuff on the agenda and I want to get going on this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bass.
Well, I'm just, and fully aware, and I appreciate our CEO bringing up the inflation factor, because, but 100,000 to 500,000 in 9 years, I was trying to look at the CPI and see if that got us there, but it's just, that's a big number, and we're talking an emergency job is going to be a contract. It's going to be someone doing a job, and they're going to have to mob their equipment in. They're going to have to do, and they're pretty nimble around here. So I think at $250,000, I just thought 500 was a huge number, because in all actuality, I imagine, I don't think we're going to have that emergency. I don't think we'll have a flood. I don't think the roads will wash out. We might have a tsunami or an earthquake and need to do that, but I think everything's off the table then. So I think if we brought it back in 2 weeks with a workable number that that introduced what our CEO said, addressing the inflation of the last 9 years, but reasonably addressing the inflation part, because I would venture to say a majority of our road jobs are less than $500,000 now. And it doesn't take much. I mean, so we're talking an emergency that the sheriff declares the emergency. So it's just, and we've had a couple of those this year, I think. So I just think that's a big nut. So I appreciate moving this along like Supervisor Wilson and Madrone would like to, but that's a lot of money to just put out there without some set of overview at all, because this has no overview. This is going to go to one department and they're going to decide this is the best way to go. And that's just not transparent enough for me. It may be, that's just a big chunk. So.
Supervisor Wilson, and then
I'm willing to amend my motion to bring this item back at $250,000, if that's if we can get kind of consensus on that. And I'm sure that that has addressed the issue of inflation, although situationally, maybe 100,000 wasn't enough back when it was approved then, and we've already seen that occur with regards to what Billings, council is mentioning. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would actually even ask probably like a $300,000 number would probably make me a lot more comfortable. Again, it's we do have to have some trust in our staff at this time. So I don't know. I see the reaction of Supervisor Bohn, so I'm going to go push it back to 250,000. Let's just get this thing rolling. I think it's reasonable. Can we get a consensus on that, or do I need a motion to kind of move this past this point?
You'll have to change your motion, and the seconder will have to agree.
Okay,
I'll just give you, if in terms of your straw poll, I like the idea of it coming back with a different number.
Okay, so I'm gonna put out there that we ask staff to amend this $500,000 number to a $250,000 number, and that it be at our next meeting. That's my motion.
And I would amend my second to that and thank staff for their work.
Thank you, supervisors. I will put this out to public comment. Do we have public comment on this item, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
All right, let's go with the first caller. Hi, caller. Believe I've lost.
Surprise, Estelle. I'd like to third the motion. That is, in my opinion, the right way to go. I'm sure you all called Tom Madsen to try and understand exactly what circumstances this would be other, as I did, and to try and find out the guidelines. 250 is great. It allows for inflation. I'm going to tell you a really quick story. It was a dark and stormy night. We were under a big flood watch. The Mad River was coming up and was about ready to take out Blue Lake Sewer Treatment Plant due to the negligence of the levee that the county has responsibility being maintained, or part responsibility. So I was out there with all of Kernan's excavators, 2 or 3 cats, and I think they had every single dump truck in Humboldt County lined up in rows as quick as they could, pushing rock into the river to save our sewer treatment plant. I doubt whether the bill came to 100,000 back then. That was years ago. 250 is sufficient. I strongly support you moving forward with this. And so just to save a little time, I'm going to end my comment there. Thank you for my opportunity for public input.
Thank you, Ken. Next caller.
Thomas Mulder here. The $500,000 definitely made me feel uncomfortable personally as a citizen with different budgetary issues you guys have talked about over the years. I would feel very, very uncomfortable with the department head having the ability to spend $500,000. Definitely am more comfortable with the $250,000. That still sometimes could lead into, what deems an emergency or not an emergency? Is that a county head that deems an emergency? There's some things that contracts could be given unfairly, possibly. That's a pretty substantial amount of tax dollars to think about. So I support you not passing the $500,000 emergency ordinance today. And thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and I will ask Ryan to do a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. So we'll do a roll call vote, starting with Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
And thank you for the discussion, and thank you to Bev for your help with that and for all of your hard work during this emergency. And that will bring us to item number H2. And this is emergency response pay premium sunset date and the rate of pay under Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act. And I believe that goes to CAO Nielsen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fennell. On April 14th, your board approved resolution number 2027, which provided a 5% emergency response pay premium for county staff working directly on emergency response in the Emergency Operations Center, the Joint Information Center, or providing direct services thereto, deployed to field operations that interact with members of the public, custodial operations, or transportation related to the emergency. On Tuesday, April 28th, Governor Gavin Newsom shared his pandemic roadmap detailing the resilience roadmap stages. Stage 1, the current stage the state is in, allows for safety and preparedness in making the essential workforce environment as safe as possible. Stage 2 would allow for creating opportunities for lower risk sectors to adapt and reopen. This includes schools and childcare facilities. The governor has indicated that moving from stage 1 to stage 2 could happen in a matter of weeks. On Monday, May 4th, the governor issued a soft opening of stage 2 on Friday, which includes retail sectors such as bookstores, clothing stores, florists, and sporting goods stores, as well as the manufacturing and logistics companies that support them. The governor also clarified that other stage 2 sectors, including offices, shopping malls, schools, and dine-in restaurants, will open later in stage 2. Therefore, staff recommends adopting a resolution setting a sunset date for the emergency response pay premium effective upon the date the governor moves the state of California from stage 1 to stage 2 under the pandemic roadmap or when the governor provides local modification of the state stay-at-home order, whichever occurs first. Another section of Resolution 2027 referenced the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act. The act entitles employees to up to 12 weeks of job protection for childcare reasons. In order to implement 2/3 pay within our current payroll system, and hours code had to be developed to integrate the new pay structure under the act. Employees will now be able to utilize their benefit time for the remaining 1/3 of pay. Therefore, staff recommends adopting another resolution to update the rate of employee pay under the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you, CEO Nielsen. Any board discussion on this item? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, as this, you talk about stage 2 is getting really confusing to me. Is that soft stage 2, hard stage 2, medium rare, over easy? What is it? Or do we have different stages of stage 2 depending what stage we're at?
Yeah, I'm shocked this question is coming from you, Supervisor Bohn. I would
remember I'm the slow one on the board, I've heard.
So I would, so your board has a couple of options. You could add some clarifying language to the recommendation. You could say that stage 2 is effective on Friday, May 8th, because that is the soft stage 2 opening. Or you could add some clarifying language that says stage 2 is when the schools and childcare facilities are open in stage 2, in the latter part of stage 2. Yes, it is confusing.
Well, and the other thing, when you talk about the schools, would we talk about when the schools were scheduled to go on summer recess? Because I mean, at that point, these same people would be having to worry about, our employees would have probably got daycare organized. So are we talking, when you're talking, I don't understand schools, because they don't run in June, July, and August, well, beginning of June and the end of August, but they don't run, or if we go 12 weeks, we're going to overlap into summertime. So I didn't quite understand that. And then as we set back on this, and I know we discussed this, and part of this is because, as we said earlier, we're running out of money. Or that's the understanding I'm getting over and over. And you mentioned, and we had talked about management confidential overtime as we go back into normal. So would stage 2 trigger that in any which way? And again, I know that there was agreements on that, and I didn't know if that came into play. It's not mentioned here, but that way it's all on the table.
So through the chair, if I may respond to Supervisor Bohn's questions or statements. Governor Newsom basically said that schools can open as early as July, assuming that they have appropriate safety precautions available. And again, opening schools in July would be subject to bargaining with the teachers' unions. Overtime is something that was considered to be placed in this agenda item, and overtime is actually stated in the labor agreements. And so we have to continue to look at that, because that's not necessarily something that we can just adopt a resolution for. The emergency response pay was outside of the MOUs with the bargaining units, and was something that your board had authority to do, and something that other counties had done. Other counties, such as Napa, have removed their emergency response pay since, in fact, I think Napa only had it for about 2 weeks. So I hope that answers your questions, Supervisor Bohn.
And the management confidential is part of a different agreement than you're saying.
Well, through the chair, so management confidential has their own agreement, and as does law enforcement management. So those are the two exempt groups that are currently receiving overtime pay. And again, those are mentioned in their bargaining agreements. And so it becomes a little bit it's a different conversation that to have at a later date.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the date seems important, and it seems to me a logical thing to do here would be have the date for the ERP to sunset would be tied to the motion we made earlier today that talked about county offices opening back up at the end of the soft opening and the beginning of the full stage 2 of phase 2 opening. So if we just tie this date to that date, we don't have to say when it is specific, we would just tie it to that action. That would be a logical way to do it, but I don't know if we want to do logic.
Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I suppose that's one logical way to do it. I would also put out there that I think that, you know, we, with all the greatest intentions, you know, started down this path. And I'm not so sure, I guess what I'm saying is that I think there's unintended consequences that we're dealing with in terms of that. And part of it is the relationships, you know, between, well, really between our employee workforces and how, you know, and there's just a lot going on there, as well as, you know, we're offering a pay increase at a time when we're looking at revenues are going to be cut. And I want to really say really clearly, like, I would love to just give everybody more money all the time. I really would. I mean, I think that's, and I think there's a lot of important people doing a lot of important work at every level. So, but I would say that there's actually some problems associated with this, and I would advocate for us really kind of stopping this as soon as possible, because we don't know whether this is going to get paid back or not, and I don't know, and I see internal tensions that could just get exacerbated, you know, further. So I would like a date that was more hard set, and I would like it as soon as possible in terms of this. And again, it's like, it's not like the grocery stores where they're offering these things in times when their revenues are increasing, right? Because of, you know, we're in a totally different situation than that. And I think many of our employees understand this situation, so I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at. It's a bit uncomfortable to ask to kind of be pulling back from something that I think is really important and good, but I'm not so sure that it was the best decision we've ever made, to be quite honest. There's a lot of unintended consequences, and so I would prefer a date sooner rather than later, and I would prefer that it'd be more firm than just a goal related to stage 2.
I think you're onto something there, Supervisor Wilson. First of all, we don't know if it would be that 5% would be reimbursed, and then secondly, yes, we're in an emergency, and by the accounts of some scientists, that emergency could last for 2 years. We can't afford it. So just staying on an even keel is really, really important to us at this point. And I agree with Supervisor Wilson that we don't want to push this one out too far. I really respect the work that has been done when we were slammed with an unprecedented, historic emergency, global in size, and people stepped up really, really well, and will continue to step up. But we're at a different phase now, and we can't really just say emergency because we were in an emergency for quite some time, in my view. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was basically going to echo a lot of your comments and Supervisor Wilson's. You know, there have been a lot of unintended consequences, and I think we've all been trying to figure out how to, you know, what we could have done differently. But I do think it was appropriate in some ways for the early stages of the emergency. But I think because we are looking at something that could go on for literally a very long time, people are ramped up and have a better understanding what they're doing now. I mean, at the beginning of the emergency, there was a lot more, I think, new things that people had to learn and new situations for them to be in. So I would as well like to see us set something that's more of a firm timeline. And I think it should be sooner rather than later as well. Whatever makes sense is possible.
So with that in mind, we know that the governor will be coming out with guidelines very shortly. Do we just want to think along the lines of next week? Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I think doing what everybody said, doing it sooner than later is a good thing. I would agree with that. Appreciate those comments. And I basically think that if we were to set it as Monday as the date that it triggers, it's probably going to be within a couple of days, one way or the other, of when the other logical way would be to do it. So I'm fine making it Monday and making it solid. So.
Any Supervisor Wilson?
I would suggest that really we end it at the end of this week. So, you know, so that Friday is the last day that this is happening, and kind of move on from there. And then there's a second part to this, which is the ordinance part too. So I wanted to ask, or, you know, the CAO, I'm just looking at the.
It's a resolution.
Yeah, it's a resolution.
Yeah, it says on the, that's the next one. It's a resolution on this one. I will open it up for public comment. Ryan, do we have any people wanting to speak on this issue?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Okay, let's have the first speaker, please.
Well, I like the way that progressed. That moved right through the direction I was willing to satisfy with the 11th, but I like Friday even better. And this pandemic may go to the end of the human race. We don't know yet. Hope not. May go 2 years, may go 20. You're going to need this opportunity again to use this carrot again in the future. A lot of people say October or November, it will be back again. And so in other words, don't feed all your carrots to your horse all at once is what I guess would be the best analogy on that one. Strongly support the way you're going about this. This makes sense. It makes no sense to tie any of these things to kids going back to school or going into daycare. That doesn't, I don't know why that would be a criteria for your other actions. That's a complete separate topic. So anyway, go for it. I'm happy. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Do we have another comment?
Hello, Thomas Mulder here again. I was commenting personally, I'm kind of against even doing the increased salary pay right now. You have to remember there's a lot of people out there that are not able to work or earn any income. So, I mean, unless you're in immediate danger of dealing with sick people or exposing yourself, you know, if you're working and not exposed or potentially exposed, personally, I'm against any salary increase, just taking into effect how many people are out there not earning right now. And I heard some of the supervisors bring up good comments. I mean, you guys do have some seriously decreased income right now with everything going on. So take that into consideration. Side note about school going into effect, I sit on a school board. We have contracts, and you can't just open school in July, even though the governor says that. There's negotiated items. So please don't attach it to school opening. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any further comment?
No, Chair Fennell, there's no further comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Now, we did have a discussion, but I don't believe we had a motion, did we? Council Billingsley.
Chair, if I understood the board's direction, I may have some suggested language that might be helpful to change the resolution.
Thank you.
I would suggest that, one second. Section 1 could state the emergency response pay premium authorized under Section 2 of Resolution 2027 will sunset May 8th, 2020, when the governor moves the state of California from stage 1 to stage 2 under a soft opening. I'm not sure about that last portion, how that should be phrased, but that keeps the intent of the original resolution and makes the dates certain.
Thank you, Councilor.
I would make that motion. I would just remove the part about the governor and just end it at May 8th.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Supervisor? Oh, Supervisor Bass seconds. Supervisor Bohn.
I had to step away for a second. Did we address the second section on the emergency family and medical leave? I know I heard the schools opened in July, and then we heard from Kent or Little Kent, but I'm trying to figure out exactly where we're going. An employee is unable to work because they need to care for a son or daughter under age of 18 due to a school closure. Well, the school closure actually ends, and I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. It ends on June 10th or whenever graduation is and everything else. And then it's summertime. So that child was going to be home anyway. Are we talking about extending all the way through?
C.L. Nielsen?
Well, I will, thank you, but as Council Billingsley may be able to help answer this question as well. Supervisor Bohn, that's federal legislation that we don't have a lot of control over. And so that basically the Extended Family Medical Leave Act added an additional consideration, and that's a childcare reason. And so there isn't anything we can do to modify that at this point in time. What we're asking your board to do is to modify the resolution that came to your board on April 14th to basically, we updated the payroll codes so we could comply with the law, which said to pay these folks at 2/3 pay, so we can pay them at 2/3 pay. And now they can also incorporate their benefit time for the other 1/3 pay.
Okay, and I agree with the federal part. I understand all that, but after school's out for summer, school's out, school's out. It's not closed, it's school's out. I mean, it's vacation time. I would think that there's been arrangements made if there's arrangements that need to be made. Maybe Kelly can straighten that out. I'm just saying school's out, June 10th, vacations are planned. They're not going to be able to take, or maybe they are taking them, but.
Can I speak? Okay, so I just want to clarify too that this new legislation expanding the FMLA for specific childcare during this time, it goes through the end of this calendar year. So this time is allotted through that legislation, through that bill that was passed, up until the end of December.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. So we have a motion and a second, C.L. Nielsen.
Could the motion also include the second recommendation to adopt the resolution updating the rate of employee pay under the Emergency Family Medical Leave Expansion Act?
Yes, I can. I'm willing to amend the motion to include that.
Supervisor Bass?
Seconder's fine with that.
Great, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Ryan, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Fennell. So we'll start roll call vote. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you. So at this point, we have a county council item, which is the adoption of the urgency ordinance related to evictions, coming back from our discussion last time. We also will have to go into closed session around 1. is this, I guess what we'll do is we'll go for it. But keep in mind that we have a bit of a timeline there. And with that, we will go to item H3, County Council.
Thank you, Chair. As you said, this is a continuance from the last meeting where the board did direct an urgency ordinance regarding evictions, but also gave direction for a new ordinance to come back, and that is what is before you today. There are four key issues that this addresses, and this was from the input at the last meeting. First is the inclusion of no-fault evictions. Second is a provision prohibiting late fees. Third is detailed requirements on what documents must be submitted by the tenant to qualify. And last is the effective payback date is set at 180 days. I do want to say that I realize there wasn't consensus on a date at the last meeting. And the way this is structured, as it's an urgency ordinance, it is possible to change that to another date today. It could be 90 or 120. The payment plan is set out generically, so it wouldn't be affected by whatever that payback timeline is. Two other issues that are in here that were also discussed at the last meeting. The landlords would have to provide notice to tenants similar to the Eureka ordinance. And also under the payment plan, if a tenant misses any of those catch-up payments, they would be under default under this ordinance. I think that summarizes all the key changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board on this? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, Council Billingsley, what is the ramifications for default since there's an eviction order?
Well, if they default on the payment plan, then the landlord could move forward. Technically, this ordinance ends on May 31st, but you have 190 days to come current on the rent. So if you missed a payment, then they could proceed. As long as they are past the timeline, the rules of court set, there's still that 90-day timeline where they won't process evictions.
And any further comment or discussion of the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Hit the other button.
Sorry. The question for council, I think probably what I'm getting the most comments or concerns, I guess anxiety about, really, at least to me directly, is related to it from the tenant side, not from the necessarily from the landlord side, is related to the no-fault evictions. And some people are already feeling the no-fault evictions happening to them, or not feeling it. So some of those processes may have started, or the requests from landlords. And so would this protection, how far would this protection only happen at the, when it passed, assuming we pass it, or does it actually go back to the beginning of the emergency?
This ordinance is prospective, but I would say that the rules of court still have their 90-day timeline where the court is not going to process any unlawful detainers. So until that expires, there isn't a way to actually have people removed through that process.
Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I'm one of those ones that was a little confused on the 180 day, because I thought, there's a lot of stuff in here that is good for the tenants, especially the extra 90 days till they enforce, and there's going to be a lot of room to stretch this out. And again, I spent more time, in the last 3 weeks now, almost 4 weeks, 4 weeks actually, talking to more landlords. And if they've got a tenant that is at least giving an effort, they're not booting them there. I mean, it's just problem tenants. And I mean, the problem tenants, I understand the disparity, but I had somebody write me today, 20 years, they've been with the same landlord. I don't think they're going to toss you if you're having a problem. If you can tell them you're having a problem, I can't speak for that person because I don't know who that person is. But I was pretty adamant that with all the stuff on the side and everything else, I'm going to pretty much hold to the 90 days. I'm pretty sure I can't get talked off that ledge. So I just thought I'd put that out there right now, because that way you don't have to waste any time on me. But it's it's not going to be 90 days. I mean, I know we heard from the defense crew and everything else, and he said a good eviction could last 30 days. And I talked to a lot of landlords, and they've never seen that. So bad evictions take a long time. So, and this is, the bad is such a minor part of this, but I just don't think, and also realizing there's been $125 million brought into the community or more just recently to make sure people are getting, they've got their check, they're getting the federal $600. I mean, they're getting their unemployment if they were working. I don't know, and I apologize, anybody that was on any type of assistance, their expenses have gone up a little bit because a lot of them, for safety sakes, are probably getting their food delivered, not being able to go to the store. So there are expenses they're having to, and I think they could probably work with their landlord if they're making an effort. I maybe give way too much faith to landlords, but there's nobody lined up, as I said in the meeting on the 6th. They're all running at 80, 85%. Nobody's at 100%. Nobody's lining up with a credit score over 700 to beat their door down. So if they've got somebody in there, they're going to keep them. So I'm going to pretty much stay at the 90 days, and that's all I'll be able to go for. So I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tough one. I actually, I was kind of surprised when I saw it come back because it sounds more definitively stated that it is, we're talking about 180 days. And I was still looking at ways to work with the 90 days and then what can be done. And, I'll just say from my own personal experience, and I'm not saying, well, first I'll say, I think some people are trying to villainize landlords. Some people are trying to villainize renters. And so it's really too bad that we have those two extremes that seem to be, I think, driving part of this conversation. But I was going back to the days where I used to get something on credit. I remember if I had a chance to go buy anything where I'd had no down payment, 6 months free interest, and then I could pay with the first payment in 6 months. I'd always have a plan to save my money, but always would end up having a problem. And so I think there's a part of human nature in here that the longer you give, some people aren't going to have the discipline necessarily. And this is just one thing I wanted to mention. And I think we have great community partners that could help in this respect. If we saw any movement to move it up from 90, I would rather we actually set some type of program that states it can only go beyond that if these conditions are met. And I think they would need certification that they haven't gotten any financial, assistance, or that, something that says they're short of money. But I think for the renters, it would be good if we could partner with someone like the Humboldt Area Foundation. I think there's financial management that could be very helpful for people to understand how to really manage their money if they haven't. If we could actually see some type of account set up for assistance, perhaps. I mean, I think there's opportunities to work with community partners. And so I can't do the 180 either. If we choose to do that, if we choose to do anything, I'd rather set some real definite parameters of the only times it can go beyond 90, unless it's between a landlord and a tenant. And perhaps maybe we should also look at making sure there's mediation services available to help people get on the same page. I mean, I'm all for wanting to help people, but I think we need to help them in more than just the money way. We need to help people so they don't get into a challenge after that 90 days if we can. And it's not going to work for everyone. I just would like to see us try to find a way to do that, because landlords are in a pinch also, unless they've got, some of them probably aren't. But the ones I'm hearing from are more people who have one home that they have as a rental, and they're making their mortgage payments too. And, we've just got to see also what's available for landlords. And that's another thing. I think we have some great financial partners that can help us find that. Anyway, just basic. I'm trying to think outside the box, and I've talked to some folks at Humboldt Area Foundation. I would like to see some way to look at what we can do to extend, but I'm not interested to go beyond the 90 days at this point in time.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I want to echo that. And that's in fact why we brought in the stakeholders into the original discussion about this, and we heard from the realtors, we heard from the renters, rental agency people, and we have to keep everybody's I don't know, security in mind. And you know, people who are renting, as Supervisor Bass said, are paying mortgages, or paying property taxes, or paying homeowners insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, there's a lot in this already, plus which the courts are not enforcing at this point. And I have talked to several now, which is really troubling actually, several people who have rentals, such as like just one rental on their property, who are dealing with real problem, you know, something along the lines of a drug house or whatever, and they're not being able to handle it. And so extending this on and on and on is very, very challenging for them. So I think we're doing a lot with this ordinance. And I think the 90-day gets us somewhere. I like Supervisor Bass's ideas about, you know, if people need extra help for us to identify a way to do that. But that's kind of where I'm coming down. And sorry, Supervisor Madrone, I didn't see your hand up. Please go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, you're doing a great job managing all of this. So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for having heard the board. I agree with the comment that we weren't in unison, in particular on the days, 90 days, 180 days. Some of the other things, maybe there was a little closer, but at any rate, I wanted to thank Jefferson for the work he did to bring this back to it. I actually really like this ordinance the way it's drafted, because I think it does exactly what Supervisor Bass said. And Council Billingsley, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the way it's written, the things I like about it, it adopted some of Eureka's pieces that were ultimately adopted, but it puts a responsibility on the landlord to inform the tenants about these new rules. I realize that's an extra step for landlord, but to me that seems like a pretty easy thing to send your tenants a notice. And most landlords have management companies, and if they're small and only have 1 or 2 rentals, it's not a big deal, right? So that's good, because then everybody's informed. So that's in there. It wasn't in there before, and now it's there. And then it also puts responsibility on the tenant, because I feel that nobody should be getting this eviction defense if they don't have a COVID-19 reason, right? I mean, that's what this was all about. Yep. And the way I read it is, with the governor's ruling and the judicial court, there's 90 days. That's already there. There's nothing for us to do. That's already in our previous ordinance, although we have these other new things that are in this amended ordinance, which I like a lot and I think are really good. So really, it seems like the 180 days is the sticking point. But the way I look at it is that the landlord's told the tenant, here's the way it's going to work. You're going to need to give me evidence. Now we do have evidence defined along the state's guidelines. Thank you for putting that in there, Jefferson. That was very responsive to our request. And so the tenant says, I've lost my job, and I've applied for unemployment, or whatever the situation is. They provide that evidence. That would potentially then give them eviction defense for 90 more days beyond the 90 days of the judicial counsel. So it really wouldn't even kick in until day 91, 92, whatever. And at that point, the tenant, long before then, has already given evidence to the landlord, because if they don't provide evidence to the landlord at day 91, then the eviction process can begin. So this is not an automatic 180 days. It's 180 days if you can provide evidence that your income has been affected. And so I would submit that if the tenant isn't providing evidence on a monthly basis, the landlord would have the right to take that forward, and the eviction defense would not be in place. So I don't see it as an automatic 180 days. I see it as exactly what you said, Supervisor Bass. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a process? And it's right here. I think it's in there, but that's my interpretation. So it gives us that, it gives people that option to work it out. Ultimately, what's most important is for tenants to realize that they're not getting any free rent here. They owe this rent no matter what happens here, and they need to save that money. And whenever they have any money and they got food on the table, they need to pay that rent and not bundle it up and wait till the end. That's number one. And number two is, you know, that tenants and landlords, most of them are going to work this out and create a plan that works with these ordinances and keeps everybody, you know, with a clear understanding of exactly how it's going to work out. So I frankly really like what's been done here because I don't see it as an automatic 180.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I appreciate some of the things that have been added in there. You know, the inform the tenant. There's some good things in here. I, however, would prefer there be a process for exemption and an extension for individuals who need it, and that's when I'd be more concerned about seeing, you know, the backup materials. I believe. I mean, I'm more than, you know, could be maybe two of us have an ad hoc and see how does it look after 90 days. And I don't know if that's even realistic to do, but I think there's different approaches, and no matter what we do, you know, it's not going to be the right approach anyway, one way or the other sometimes. But I'd like to think that you know, we can find a way to work more closely with community partners and try to, I'm just not comfortable with the 180 days. I understand what Supervisor Madrone said, but it's still not exactly landing with me the same feeling of confidence, I guess, on that.
Supervisor Bohn?
I mean, and again, I mean, it sounded, you almost had me, Steve, but you didn't. But I'm still stuck on the 90 because you're talking about if the tenant and the landlord can't work it out amongst themselves, and then he's going to bring this documentation, but they haven't already worked it out. I just don't see it. I mean, it almost seems like we should, through the Humboldt Area Foundation, because they've set up, they have a fund now to help people that the COVID thing. So, and I know Supervisor Bass, thank you, reached out to them. Maybe with their vast resources and they're wanting to help, maybe they could set up an ombudsman mediation for when it gets to that point, because there's still going to be friction. We're not going to settle it through our county counsel's office. We're talking about documentation. We're talking about the landlord having to reach out. Landlord has reached out. He's got a contract when it's supposed to be due, but I'm still have full faith in our landlord and tenant system where they're going to work it out. Unless somebody doesn't want to work it out. And I just, I know it's never going to be, you said never be 180 days. So that's why I'm pretty easy settling on the 90 days, because it's never going to be 180 anyway. So I'm good with that.
Okay, any further discussion before I send it out for public comment? Okay, I'm going to open up for public comment, Ryan, if you would. And do we have anyone with comment on this item?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Thank you. Let's go to the first caller.
Hi, I believe that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hi, I'm Heather Bergen, and I'm calling today on behalf of the Humboldt Association of Realtors. I am the chair of the Government Relations Committee, and we would very much like you to stick to a 90-day payback period. We are very, very concerned about how many property owners have rental property and they rely on this rental income to pay their bills as well as pay the actual mortgage of that property, not just to buy groceries and live off of themselves. I'm afraid that if we allow tenants to not be evicted for longer than 90 days, we could really create a larger problem. It doesn't do anyone any good for housing if they actually end up having their rental property gets foreclosed on. So we're really hoping, our association would like to really ask you guys to stick to the 90-day payback period.
Thank you, Heather. Any further comment?
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment I see. Oh, nope, one just came in. Sorry.
No problem. I will give a reminder just in case I forgot to do that earlier. If you do want to join in, you dial the numbers that are on the screen, and then you also do a *9 to get in the queue. So we do have one other public comment at least. My caller, you're on the air.
Yeah, this is Chris Niehaus. I live in McKinleyville. I'm part of the Humboldt Democratic Socialist. Just a couple of points. One is the consequence of not being able to pay your rent because the payback is onerous, because there's no guarantee that when the things get lifted, that everybody's going back to work. The consequences tenants are looking at is homelessness. Not a bad mark on their credit score. The CARES Act that the federal government passed gives holders a 180-day period plus the right to request an additional 180 days to deal with their mortgage problems. This is an eminently reasonable proposal. If there is an agreement between the tenant and the landlord, the proposal before you says this is how it will be paid back. It doesn't prevent, as far as I can tell, people getting rid of a drug dealer or a drug manufacturer from an apartment. It specifically exempts evictions based on safety and health. I heard you guys talk a lot about the heroes that are continuing to work during this coronavirus problem. Most of those heroes are the lowest paid workers in our county. This is just a way to keep them housed and to try to make the landlords whole. Eventually, everybody's being asked to sacrifice. But my tenants are being asked to sacrifice their home. This is a very reasonable proposal. Steve Madrone said that it's just an additional 90 days. Mr. Bohn said that as far as he knows, all tenants and all landlords work this stuff out. So we're not asking tenants and landlords, according to Mr. Bohn, to do anything they're not going to naturally do anyway. But it's enforceable in case there's someone who doesn't want to get along. Please pass this. We need 4 votes. Tenants are asking for your help. They're the bottom rung in this whole issue. And that's all I have to say. Please pass this resolution.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment on this item? Yes, I believe we do.
Oh, hello?
Hi. Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can indeed. Welcome.
Okay. This is Mike Munson. Looking at this resolution, it puts a big gap between the landowners and the renters. In my opinion, this is an epic fail if they don't line up, and I don't see why we need to pass something now. Why can't we give 90 days, go back and revisit it in 90 days, see where we're all at, and see if Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have loosened their requirements for the landlords. I've talked to a lot of landlords. If we have just one failure of one of our bigger landlords around here, it's going to be pretty detrimental all the way across the board, all the way from property taxes on down. To me, it doesn't make sense to give the tenants any more leeway than what the federal government's giving the landlords. So I would implore you to not pass this as it's written, to table it for 90 days and see where we're at that point, and either that or shorten the term to 90 days. That's basically all I have to say.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
Hi, yeah, this is Alexis Brown, Arcata resident. I'm saying I'm really urging the board to stop treating tenants like children. A lot of the way you guys were talking about them, especially Supervisors Bohn and Bass, was honestly, frankly, disrespectful. You treat us like we don't work hard. The vast majority of tenants I know are hardworking Americans who go to work every day, and y'all are treating them like they're, I'm sorry, as you said, Bass, financially irresponsible, and that they should but your job as the Board of Supervisors is literally to protect these people and to protect the hardworking Americans when we are in these unfair social dynamics. It's a tenant who's risking their home and a landlord who already has a home, they live somewhere else. They're not risking losing their home in the middle of a global public health crisis. They can't stay in place if they don't have a place to stay. And y'all aren't seeming to realize that. I don't think an extra 90 days will harm a landlord, but an extra 90 days is just what people need. I don't know about you, but I certainly don't have 3 months of rent saved up today. I don't think I'll have it tomorrow. You give me an extra 180 days and let me work on that with my landlord, then we can figure that out. But that's not going to happen if I don't have the backing of the county giving us some bare bones minimum for here's the dignity that my landlord has to treat me with. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've lived in quite a few slumlord places, even in Humboldt County. And I don't think my landlord would be as forgiving as some of the ones Supervisor Bohn talked about. So I think you guys should realize that as the Board of Supervisors, your job is to protect those at the bottom and those who need it the most. And right now, I think that's tenants, because like Chris said, one of them would be losing a couple months income that they'll get back. The other ones are losing literally their home in the middle of a huge crisis. People aren't working. People need somewhere to stay. Give them the solid grounding to be able to pick ourselves back up and recover. Because let's be honest, the federal government isn't doing it and the state government isn't. So I'd like to see Humboldt County step up for once and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Anyone else with public comment on this item?
Estelle, Kent Sawatsky, I'd like to weigh in on this one. I did talk to Chris Niehaus. He's a friend of mine, and I do understand what he's saying. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this particular one. I had a question. It just about sounded like we're going to go 90 days. And does that start on the 11th or the 8th? Or when does that start? And with this 90 days after that, when the court's open, so the day after that, can we file an unlawful detainer if someone hasn't done this? The prior speaker said we could get them out in 30 days. Never has happened, a 30-day eviction that I've ever heard of. Why is the landlord supposed to notify the tenant? Why should the tenant who's having problems be put upon them to notify the landlord? Say, I'm having problems. Here's a copy of what we want to have here, and we need to discuss things. Put it in. I remember, Virginia, you asked us as landlords to help out with the housing first. And so I could tell you some horror stories. I'm going to tell you one really quick one. A friend of mine back in the 70s basically had a trailer, and somebody moved into that trailer and took their family into that trailer, lived in that trailer for quite a while, and then forced that person through litigation through one of these shakedown attorneys to pay $800, which of course back in the 70s, now that'd be $3,000. I'm not going to mention any names, but the person I'm referring to, I'm sure knows who I'm talking about. And so we're asking you to just do what the governor said. The governor had this down. We don't really need any clarification. Stick with what you had last week. And as far as the no fault, if I needed to house my kids because they were moving back from school somewhere and gave somebody a 90-day notice to get out so my family could move back into something I owned, or an older person who needed me to be caretaker, my dogs don't like this particular item. Can you tell? Anyway, that's my input. I'd stay with what you had last time with no changes whatsoever, and let's just call that done and stick a fork in it. We will work with the tenants. There's 5% bad tenants out there, 5% bad landlords. Those, I guess they can just, work with each other. But the rest of us all work well together. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Thanks to the dog as well for your comments. Any further comment on this item?
Hello, this is Solomon from Cutton.
Welcome.
Thanks. I think the proposal that you've been brought forward is an improvement on what you had before, and I urge the board to please vote as it was restated there. And I think it's just fair, and we've got to really think about the impact this will have on folks who are not able to pay their rent. This is an extraordinary time, and we need to make sure that we're looking out for all of our citizens and make sure that they are not facing homelessness due to this situation because we are not able to protect all of the citizens from who are paying rent at this time. So please pass the resolution as it has been reformatted in this time I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, I do not have any more public comment for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. One of the things I'd like to say is I've heard two suggestions from in terms of how to move forward, and one would be to just come back later on. The other is to come, well, the one I'm thinking of is right now, I see more support for the 90-day. And what I would add is reflect back on what I said earlier today, which is that we don't know how long this emergency is going to go. If we wind up finding ourselves in a position where we need to help renters more, I don't think we'll be the only ones looking at that. I think the government will be looking at it both at a federal and a state level as well. So I still support the 90-day with the thought in mind that if we indeed are headed into an even worse situation, we will definitely be coming back. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I kind of like the one thing, it looks like we might be throwing something out there that we may not even need because the governor has his order. The sheriff isn't invoking the eviction rights. And as we move forward, I'm still stuck on the 90 days if we have to do anything. But through all the emails and everything I got, and I got them both ways, but I didn't get one person that said they were in a unlawful eviction or getting evicted because of COVID. I didn't get any of those. So and maybe everybody else did. But I don't know, young lady, that I wasn't talking down to tenants. I was actually bringing them up to the level of the landlords. I think they can walk on equal ground and have an intelligent conversation and work it out amongst themselves. I'm sorry that you rent from somebody that isn't on higher standards, but I haven't heard anybody getting evicted yet. So I think the stimulus money, the increased unemployment, all the people that are actually getting to still work. I noticed Sun Valley's hiring. So, I mean, there are quite a few people hiring, but what I'm saying is there are opportunities out there, and I haven't heard, I haven't heard of anybody getting evicted and or being threatened to be evicted. I know it wouldn't happen. And we're 6 weeks, 2 months into this. So that's part of my driver. I'm not so sure we don't bring this back in a month to actually see if this is actually playing out.
Any further comment from the board? Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly, for Alexis, I appreciate what she said. I wasn't trying to make tenants sound irresponsible. The same thing could happen to homeowners and mortgage payments, which I'm sure is happening as well. It can happen. It's just kind of human nature. My main point was I'd like to see us be able to help people who would like to have a little guidance on, how to, kind of prioritize and get to that place. With that, I think you need, that's why I was saying it'd be nice if we had some language for, if we wanted to extend it, like an exemption that has actually got, okay, you're exempted from it, or extension, I guess, but give some type of assistance, whether it's, I don't know what it could be. There's people, I do believe there's funds. I think there's ways to, if people really needed it, to maybe have an extension. Maybe that means we do revisit this in a month and take a look at in that respect. But I wanted to say, Chris Niehaus brought up, I think some good points there. And the thing is, we don't want people to be homeless, and if they can't make it the rent, it could happen. We don't want to see that. But on the flip side, if someone has a mortgage to pay and they can't pay it and they start being foreclosed on, that doesn't help anybody either, because not only will one tenant lose it, someone else is going to lose their house too. Anyway, I just think we have to look back. It's yes, let's keep people in their houses, but we also have to keep an eye on what could those unintended consequences be if something did happen. Like, I think we're going to see some foreclosures. I think we probably might see a lot, which is very scary too. So I'm comfortable, if we wanted to revisit this, in a month as suggested by Supervisor Bohn, but it's just really hard to try to look at all sides and try to find something to bring people together. And it's not too easy to do.
Difficult times for sure, difficult. Any other input from the board? Supervisor Wilson, you had your hand up, and then Supervisor Madrone.
I'll let Supervisor Madrone go first.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Well, so I'm wondering, Supervisor Bass, if there was the section where it talks about the tenant providing evidence to the landlord, if we clarified that to say on a monthly basis, within 10 days of rent being due, would that satisfy? I mean, I'm not trying to give tenants an automatic 180 days here. I want to be really clear about that, because I recognize that this is a big burden on landlords. And I'm really, like you said, it is a difficult balance trying to find that. And I mean, I was overwhelmed with emails from tenants. I got 5 emails from landlords who I contacted for input over the last 2 weeks. And every one of those landlords said some clarity would be good. I will say that most of them were not supportive of the 180 days. And I get that. I really do. So that's why I'm saying, but what if we just simply change that tenant evidence part to state that they have to provide that evidence monthly within 10 days of rent being due? That would prevent them from continuing to hunker down under an eviction defense. They would default if we had that technical piece in there. I think it's already there, but I'm more than willing to clarify it. But I'm not hearing any problems with the other things. So at the very least, I would like to entertain a motion. I won't make it yet because I like the discussion. But I would entertain a motion to at least adopt everything that's in this amended resolution in front of us, except for the 180-day part, unless we can work that out. And if we can work it out as I suggested, and there's 3 votes or more, great. If we can't, can we at least pass the resolution with the other items and agree to come back at the 90 days and see where we're at and if we need to do something? I mean, those are 2 different routes that I could see coming to an agreement together, get some form of majority. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I would remind Supervisor Madrone, this takes 4 votes. So, or it's just saying, so I would, So I'm going to say that I'll make a motion to adopt this resolution, amending the 180 to 90 days, not because I want to, but because I think that the rest of the resolution has merit and those improvements are good. And I don't see the votes to get us to that 180 that I would prefer. But I think that this incremental advancement is good. And I'm willing to throw that out there. And I will say that I have received, numerous communications with tenants that are having issues related to no-fault evictions. And whether or not they're COVID related directly, on the back side of that, in the current context, the anxiety that they're living with related to that is COVID related, in that they're, some of them can't afford to, rent a whole place or an apartment by themselves, and are roommates in a space or whatever. And then there's a lot of anxiety about, well, what's the situation they're going to move into, and is that a healthy situation? Or a tenant is saying, well, they're saying that their relatives are moving here from another place, and now they're, asking them to leave and putting them in that situation. So I do strongly support, some, no-fault eviction language, which is in here now. And so for that reason, I'll make a motion that we do this. And added to that motion that in a month, we come back and at least take a review of where we're, just the status of where we're at in this And I think that that would be reasonable.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Supervisor Bass. Seconded Supervisor Bohn.
If we were going to bring something back, can we just bring the whole item back to see if we actually have a problem? I did see that. I did get a couple on the no faults, and one of them wanted to move their mother in, which is otherwise they're going to have to go rent somewhere for her. So they gave them 30 days. Maybe on no faults, stretch it out to 60 days if you're worried. But it is, I can understand that. But besides the no faults, I have not heard anybody being evicted for a COVID, for losing their job and losing their pay and having no income from COVID. And that's not talking down to anybody or anything else. It's just an actual. And so are we putting something out there that doesn't need to be out there is all is what I'm kind of going after. I think we have to look at all the parties involved and be as understanding as possible. But it kind of looks like I haven't seen the issue, and the no fault thing came in. I think you mentioned, does Eureka have no fault? I mean, I don't want to follow Eureka's, trust me, but I didn't think they put no fault in theirs. I'd heard a month ago, but.
Okay, so any Supervisor Bass? Supervisor Bass?
Madam Chair, in this conversation of, yeah, because we've heard from a lot of people in the last couple of days on all sorts of the issues today, but there are tenants who I am sure do have some concerns. Same with some landlords who have bad situations. And one of the things that perhaps has nothing to do with the ordinance itself is I'm feeling like we need to set up something where people can call where tenants can call if there are issues with their landlords. Because we keep going, well, I know the landlords I know are, usually pretty, doing X, Y, and Z, and they're good, but obviously some aren't. So I'm, this is just a side note. Maybe we should set something up, or maybe there's a community partner where people can actually feed those tenant issues to, the people that have problems with the landlord that are, that we know aren't acceptable. So I feel like in those emails, I don't know if a bunch of people are having all sorts of problems with their landlords, or we're just hearing about the potential problems. But I think it does raise a question of, do we have a way for people to actually deal with those issues, because they're afraid they're going to lose their housing. So it's hard for tenants to actually, at some points, go and try to find resolution. Anyway, that's just something else that on a side note, I think we should actually investigate. I was going to ask Jefferson for a little more definition on the no fault, because I've heard different things. And in reading this, what does it not include?
Well, then the no fault would include basically anything that's not the tenant's fault. You're the comment, somebody wants to move a relative into the unit. Their lease could be up, but they just want to do something different. Maybe they want to sell it. Well, it could be anything like that.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Supervisor Wilson?
I think a lot of, when people are asking a lot of these questions and have those anxieties, typically we're referring them to legal services, right? And so we need to be, and so I think maybe we should be asking legal services, are they, what can we do to support them? Because that's a lot. If they're maxed out and they're not, able to provide the service under this extreme load that is needed, then maybe that's a spot where we can help fill in the gap a little bit, if that's possible, and something we might want to consider at a future meeting. Because I think that therein lies kind of a place that could get some support.
Supervisor Bass, and then Supervisor Madrone. And I will remind you, we do have to go into closed session pretty quickly. Okay, Supervisor Bass.
Well, actually, yeah, legal services is the one people generally go to. And I guess we could look at, as a partnership with them, ways that we could help. Maybe we provide some funds, because I think people do need a clearinghouse to run their questions through. And not everybody calls legal services, because I think the name legal services all of a sudden makes it almost sound like, well, if I call, then I'm going to have this big legal issue with my landlord. And it's not necessarily that. If they can call and get some questions answered, I think that could be very, very helpful. And so it's, and also I'm not sure if every tenant really understands that that's who to call, because I think we all refer people to legal services. I've taken some people in person, but I don't know if the vast majority of people actually really know what those services are. And some people also don't qualify for legal services, I don't think. I think you have to come under a certain dollar threshold, what you make. I don't know if that for certain, but my understanding is it's not necessarily available to all income types, and anybody could end up in a situation where they have a tenant issue. So, but I agree with, I like Supervisor Wilson's suggestion of getting them more, I think, involved.
Supervisor Madrone.
I love it. Life is a big circle. And here we are. We've circled back all the way to the template that Legal Services provided us for our first take at a eviction defense ordinance. So, you're sitting here talking about how do we get more engaged with Legal Services and provide them with some support for all the work they do to help tenants. They've told us that. They gave us a template several weeks back and said, here's what we need from you. And what's interesting to me is it includes everything we're considering possibly passing today, including the 180 days. So Legal Services spoke really loud and clear. And they said to us, here's what we would do. Here's what we'd like you to do to prevent not only potentially dumping a lot of people out on the street during COVID, but to also not overwhelm them with requests from so many evictions that they wouldn't be able to provide services to. So I just find it interesting that we've circled all the way back. What's in front of us is what they've asked for us to do. And today's take at it basically fills back in the pieces we didn't take on last time.
So Supervisor Bass.
Well, I guess I'll have to take back what I said to Supervisor Wilson then, because my thought was not that, I want to go right back and accept what we had in front of us last week. What my intention was that we make sure that people have a venue when they do have tenant issues to report them. That's all I was talking about. So I hear what you're saying. I interpret it differently. So, but that's just where it is.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. And Supervisor, oh no, you were just giving it the thumbs up. Great. Council Billingsley, I saw you turn your mic on and off. Did you want to say something?
I guess was the motion seconded?
Yes.
Could I offer a clarification that the motion is to adopt the urgency ordinance with all references to 180 days changed to 90? I'm just making that clarification because I believe Supervisor Wilson called it a resolution. I just want to make sure we're.
Oh, I apologize. Yes. With that clarification, I amend my motion.
And I think I'm going to speak for Supervisor Bass, which is walking out the door. But I believe that that's what she wanted to. But I guess we're going to have to wait for her anyway, so that we can do the poll. So hopefully she'll be back in. Welcome back, Supervisor Bass. She says yes, okay. So with the fact that we have to go into closed session, unless there's something really burning we have to talk about, I would like to call the vote. One more for Supervisor.
Before I said yes, sometimes we need a bio break. Can you restate? I want to make sure that the motion did not get somehow how it came out. I went in before I do actually say it's okay. I mean,
so let's have Council Billingsley reiterate what you just said.
Yes, Chair Bass. I'm sorry, Supervisor Bass. It's to adopt the urgency ordinance with all references to 180 days changed to 90 days.
Okay, and it would come back to be revisited?
I don't know that that was part of the motion.
It was part of the motion. Supervisor Wilson's motion was to, and in a month, to revisit the status of this item.
Yeah, it's just a status report, and then, you know, to see where we're at and if it's something we want to amend or not, to give direction. I'm not asking it to be, to be to bring it back.
So that would be that would be staff direction direction to staff rather than actually contained in the ordinance. Right. Okie doke. Or the resolution, I'm sorry. So let's go with the vote. Ryan, can you do
Yes,
the
Chair
roll?
Fennell. So we'll start with Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
No.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
So just as a reminder to those following along here, we are going to go into closed session now. And we have one other item that will come back when we're out of closed session, and it is a public hearing on the formation of the Humboldt County Groundwater Sustainability Agencies. That's, I know, an important item too. I would ask Council Billingsley, do you have any idea? We have 5 items on the closed session. Any ballpark figure on how long that will take us?
That may be a better guesstimate for the CAO, and it's actually 6 items.
Oh, 6, well, thank you. CAO Nilsson, how do you think?
It will at least be an hour, if not more.
Okay. So let's say then to pad it just a little bit, it's 1:13 now, let's just say 2:30. We'll come back in session to address item number I1, and now we'll go into closed session. I invite Council Billingsley to talk to us about what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 6 items. The first is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, existing litigation in the case of Gamariello versus Moore, case number 520 CV 2583. There are 2 items to discuss: appointments under Government Code 54957B1. They're the appointment of the Agricultural Commissioner and the appointment of the Director of Human Resources. There's also a conference pursuant to 54956.9D1, conference existing litigation, blank versus county, case number 119 CV 3055. Under Government Code 54957, there's a public employee performance evaluation for the position of county council. And lastly, there's anticipated litigation under Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E3 regarding exposure to litigation in 3 potential cases: claims for property tax refunds from Pacific Bell, AT&T Mobility, and T-Mobile West.
And did you read out 6 already, Council Billingsley?
I believe I did.
Thank you. Okay, any public comment on our closed session items?
Yes, Chair Fennell, there is public comment.
Thank you. Welcome. Looks like Mr. Mulder.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, it didn't tell me that I was unmuted. I apologize. So a couple of things I'm commenting on. The one, I guess I'm unaware that the agricultural commissioner resigned, and hopefully that when you're going to go in to appoint someone, hopefully it's somebody that has a good understanding for the local economy and community, and hopefully has a good working relationship with the community and local governmental agencies. And once again, I'm going to comment as I don't see you guys as set time certain for a closed session agenda. So it's 2 weeks in a row now. You guys are bumping and going out of order, and I did not hear an amendment to amend the agenda at the beginning. I guess I missed it, but just following proper protocol. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment on this item?
Estelle, this is little Thomas. Thomas is smarter than I am already, and he'll be helping you guys along. To answer your question, Thomas, Jeff Dolph took and mentored someone for his position. I totally appreciate what Jeff Dolph did there, and I always appreciate when somebody mentors someone. So I hope you take Jeff Dolph's recommendation when you go in closed session after they make the effort. My understanding is I don't know what our assessor's office did, but we got some 15-16 taxes. I only saw 2 bills on the agenda for over $117,000, which we may need to pay them back, it sounds like. Most likely we will, and there may be a 3rd bill I couldn't find a copy of. Regarding, let's see, there was number 3 and 4. We still have Amy Gate going on. You're still evaluating somebody, the county council. I assume that's Jeffrey. He's taking his paychecks, heading into its 14th month. 4-year contract. I don't see any grounds for his dismissal. Therefore, most likely you will be paying him to stay on paid administrative leave for that time frame. I haven't heard of anybody else being put on paid administrative leave. I think the recent manager was paid on leave. It didn't administrative leave. It didn't say paid, so I don't know. The problem you have when you hire somebody and you give them a 4-year contract, do you have anybody else you've given a 4-year contract? Someone said Amy was the only other one. So when you come up to negotiations and all these people, make them at will, the same as the rest of the county employees are, so we don't end up in this position in the future when we need to terminate somebody. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Any further comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment I have.
Thank you, Ryan. So we will go pretty much immediately into closed session and aim to be back by 2:30. If we're a little late, it's because we're a little late, but we do aim to be back by 2:30 and to address the public hearing on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Ryan? I'll text Ryan. Oh, there he is. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ryan. And thank you very much for all your help in this. You're doing a fantastic job. Okay, so we are out of closed session, and I would like to invite Councillor Billingsley to give us a report out on the closed session items.
Thank you, Chair. On item L1, the board voted 5-0 to authorize defense of the case and also authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Bristow firm for defense of the case. For item L2, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Waylon Shaw as the interim agricultural commissioner for a period through January 1, 2021. For items L3 and L4, there's no reportable action. For item L5, the board voted 4-0 with one recusal to direct the risk manager to reject all three claims. For item L6, the board voted 4-0 with one abstention to offer the position to Linda Lee as Human Resources Director, which has been accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. And that would bring us to our final item of the day, which is a public hearing from the Public Works Department. It is regarding the formation of the Humboldt County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Now open the public hearing and invite Hank Seaman, the Director of the Resources Department of Public Works, to give us an update on that. Welcome, Hank.
Thank you, Chair Fennell, and good afternoon, Board. This item addresses the local response to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was passed in 2014. And that legislation created a regulatory framework for achieving local sustainable groundwater management. And that's overseen by the State Department of Water Resources and the State Water Resources Control Board. And with that legislation, there's a presumption that for groundwater basins that are designated medium and high priority, that local agencies would form a groundwater sustainability agency and develop a groundwater sustainability plan. In Humboldt County, that has only applied to the Eel River Valley, which is designated as a medium priority. And that encompasses Fortuna, Ferndale, Lolita, Hydesville, Carlotta, Rio Dell, and Scotia. And so the lower Eel River as well as the lower Van Dusen River. And in that basin, groundwater is a incredibly valuable resource for drinking water, for irrigation water, and for environmental purposes, for helping maintain surface water flows in creeks and rivers. And so in 2015, the county formed a working group of stakeholders, and we received a small grant to collect data and information. And in 2016, based on that data collection and working with the working group, we came to the conclusion that the basin was being managed sustainably. And under the legislation, there was an option to submit what's called an alternative plan, which is more streamlined and we thought was a better fit for the county and the basin and would be more cost effective to implement. So that was submitted at the end of 2016. And then in July of 2019, the Department of Water Resources notified the county they intended to disapprove that alternative plan. They found, or they made it clear that they weren't concluding that the basin was not being managed sustainably, but that the content of the alternative plan did not provide sufficient evidence demonstrating the sustainable management of the basin. So we pursued that as far as we could. We still disagree with their assessment, but we think right now the best thing to do is to move forward. And with DWR disapproving the alternative plan, it now becomes mandatory to form a groundwater sustainability agency and to move forward on preparing a groundwater sustainability plan. That plan would be due in January of 2022. And so our recommendation today is to adopt a resolution that makes the findings to form for Humboldt County to become the groundwater sustainability agency for the basin. That would ensure that we maintain local control over groundwater management. And the resolution directs Public Works to return with bylaws for the agency and also with a recommendation on how to form a groundwater resources advisory committee. And forming this groundwater sustainability agency would allow us to accept a grant from Department of Water Resources to develop the groundwater sustainability plan. So last November, your board approved applying for grant funds to develop the full groundwater sustainability plan. DWR has indicated that they intend to award that plan pending formation of a GSA. This is a large grant. There's a lot of data collection and analysis that is needed to meet the current standards for demonstrating sustainability. So in addition to forming the GSA, today's recommendation is to approve a request for proposals. We have a need for professional assistance, and this request for proposals would solicit proposals from different professional consulting firms to assist us in this effort. So there'll be a lot of work, data collection. We'll learn a lot about the groundwater basin and how it's interconnected with surface waters. We'll learn a lot about seasonal changes and the effects of groundwater use on the interconnected surface waters. We'll acquire a lot more information about water quality in groundwater in the basin. And one of the goals is also to resolve discrepancies in water use estimates. As we were developing the alternative plan, we discovered that there's a difference between our local estimate and what the state was estimating based on their water use model. So we look forward to working with DWR to resolve that discrepancy. So far over the last few years, we've been able to absorb the costs of managing the local groundwater efforts. We've been absorbing that within our water management budget, which is general fund budget, general fund supported. We do have this grant offer from Department of Water Resources to support the development of the groundwater sustainability plan. So that would go through the next year and a half. We're fortunate they've waived the local cost share requirements because our work would benefit economically disadvantaged communities. The future costs of administering the Groundwater Sustainability Agency are really unknown at this time. It's really, the work has to be done to develop the plan to determine whether the basin is being managed sustainably or not. If it is being managed sustainably, then the role of the GSA is really to monitor and maintain. If there's indications of problems with sustainability, then there's a need to go further and determine what types of management actions would be warranted to make sure that the basin achieves sustainability. So the future costs are unknown. I think one of the goals of developing the plan will be to avoid or minimize financial impacts to water users and to make sure that continued administration of the GSA is affordable for the county. So that ends the staff report.
Thank you very much, Hank. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah. I remember going to Willows in 2014 on the first meeting, and I'm really having issues with this when the modeling doesn't meet up the criteria. And I know, wow, we're going to get one, and these numbers have to sink in if everybody's listening. $1.9 million. And then when we've gone through that, we don't know what it's going to cost to maintain, and we're taking it over. And we're going to spend $1.9 million to tell us we don't have a problem because they use the evaporation rate out of Kern County. Our usage is estimated to be 1/3 of what the state says it is. And this just seems like there's no direct connection to helping the fishery in the Eel River. This is going to cost our dairy ranchers at the end of the day money. We're going to try to minimize it, but you understand we have dairies closing left and right, and our own staff really believes that this is just going to be a lesson in futility. And I appreciate the fact somebody else is paying for it, but they're not. We're paying for it. That they didn't just print. They didn't get the money just out of Sacramento to send up here. That's $1.9 million in a watershed that isn't. And we have 60 years. We have 60 years of records showing it's not impacted. So this is government at its worst, guys, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, I mean, both Rex and I have been at all of those stakeholder meetings and the workshops, and It has been very frustrating because the dairy farmers and the local landowners have been very helpful in providing data that we thought made our case. And my concern, and I voiced it to the Division of Water Resources, is this is supposed to be about sustainability. And okay, 1.9 is great to get some of the studies done, but this is in perpetuity. And somewhere down the line, we're going to have sustainable funding for it too. And that's a fight that I think we're going to have to take on, because once we have created this agency, it doesn't go away. It doesn't seem like.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll look at Hank, and I don't know if Jefferson's still on here. I would still. I'd like to throw caution to the wind and actually get a legal ruling on this instead of the DWR just saying this is the way it's going to be. We've had Wade Crowfoot and the DWR, and I understand that they have people that they can put on this because the drought people can jump on this, but this is not a proven commodity, and they're not looking at our documentation. I mean, they have. I mean, I don't know where you guys are at, but it's windshield wiper weather out there right now with fog. Well, Kern County doesn't have that advantage, but they didn't give us any of the fog level. They didn't give any moisture, air quality in the air in the summer evenings, and the evaporation rates are not what they are in Kern County. Another case of one size doesn't fit all. And I'm not a water expert, but I can tell you the guys that have ground truthed this for 60 and 80 years do not see the issue.
I have to add on to that, though, Supervisor Bohn, that it became very clear at that meeting with the Division of Water Resources, and I know Hank could back me up on this, that if we don't go this way, it will be taken out of our hands. And, you know.
I fully agree, but can't we fight it and at the same time comply? Because we've got a year and a half.
Oh, you mean go ahead and go with the grant and go and create the agency? Well, yeah, definitely.
Because it is in perpetuity, and we're gonna, and as Hank said, we're going to try to minimize our water users as much as possible. So we have 2, maybe 3 municipalities on there, and I still have about 45 dairies, and I don't know, I don't know how much we're going to minimize. I mean, we're going to be spending money on COVID for the next ever.
Yep. Any other comment on this item? Any comments or questions, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, no, I get the frustration, and I also understand that, where staff is taking this direction. And in many ways, there's just 2 ways to go, and neither one of them is awesome. So, but I would say that the way the staff has directed us is good. I'm just wondering, in terms of the in perpetuity part, I mean, this agency can also die at the behest of this board at some point, correct? I mean, we would have, if circumstances were to change. Is that not true? Or Hank, can you answer that?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, so in perpetuity is sort of in perpetuity. I mean, it is until it doesn't exist anymore. And if there's future legislation or different direction from the department, then we can change this direction. That we can change this. But I think that the course that's been set forth by the staff currently is the best. And silver lining will, more data is more data. I don't know. It's quite possible there could be some positive aspects of this too. But overall, it's not a direction I would have preferred, the direction that staff had tried to do before. But hey, this is where we're at. I'm ready to move forward with the staff recommendations after you close the hearing. That's all I got.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. So, Yeah, we often find ourselves in this dilemma where it seems like there's two different choices and neither one seems good. I get that as well. What I can tell you is that in Trinidad, we were faced with this about 12 years ago in the recession in '08, where the city, the rancheria, the Marine Lab, all got cited for discharge into Trinidad Bay. And the state started a program, much like this groundwater sustainability program. It was called the Critical Watershed Program. And they cited all of those entities, and we had a choice of going to court, getting legal opinions and fighting that, or taking money from the state to put a plan together and then working with all the watershed partners, including Green Diamond and West Haven, Trinidad, the tribes, and put together a plan for that 500 grand. And for 12 years, we've been getting grants now to solve whatever problems we identified in those plans. And we locally in the community with local consultants controlled those studies. We were the ones that were in charge. And so I really like the idea of having Humboldt County in the driver's seat on this. And we shouldn't be afraid of whatever we're going to find out, because if there are problems, we need to know that. You might be right, Rex. Maybe there aren't any problems. And I think that'd be great to know. There's a lot of conjecture. There's a limited amount of data. And I worry about the dairy farmers. I worry about all of these things. But in my experience, when we started the watershed planning effort in Trinidad, there were a lot of people that said what you just said today, that we're being overregulated, we ought to sue. Well, LA County chose that route, and many other coastal communities in the state were also cited for waste discharge into coastal waters. Trinidad area did not do that. We pulled in $12 to $15 million in the last 12 years, working with all of our partners, fixing the problems that we identified. I think the same opportunity exists in the Eel River with this plan. Let's control the outcome by controlling the consultants and getting good science from local perspectives, and then find out what we need to do to leverage millions of dollars to come in and help us with watershed work, including forest thinning and fuel reduction, road restoration, and dairy farmer storage and forbearance. All of the things that we've been doing in the Mattole, Estelle, with great success. And in the eel stuff is happening. I think this groundwater basin, the surface water stuff in the eel, the Potter Valley project stuff we're doing in the headwaters, all of this is a big part of a puzzle in the Eel River. And if we embrace it, take these funds and turn them into a leverage to get more and more dollars to help solve our problems, that's a fantastic outcome. And I'm not just blowing in the wind here. That's what we did in Trinidad. So it's a real life example.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone. I'll have something to say about that, but Hank, you wanted to have something to say too.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wanted to add just a few more comments. One is that we're not alone in this boat. Both Napa County and Lake County experienced the same disapproval of their alternative plans. Both of them have gone forward and formed GSAs for their basins. And what I didn't say earlier is, I should have clarified, is that if we're basically at the 11th hour, so if a local GSA is not formed now, then the State Water Resources Control Board has the authority to intervene. And what they've stated is that they would intend to enact mandatory fees for all water users in the basin. Really a one size fits all, and it's just it's a worst case scenario.
That's what I was referencing when I said about that meeting where the Division of Water Resources were. Yeah. They seemed very clear that if we weren't going to do something, they were going to do it.
We have some good information, but in other areas we have limited information about the basin. We also have this discrepancy on water use, and with this grant, we would be able to really get much better information and come to agreement with DWR on the actual water use for irrigation. And I think that would benefit us in terms of when the state's ready to revisit priority levels, and we would have much higher quality data that they would acknowledge and recognize, and then that could, be the evidence to have a discussion about whether it's appropriate to continue with the GSA and continuing being subject to the mandatory compliance for signal. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Hank. And I do want to also underline here that this is significant in that the county taking over the job of being the agency was with unanimous support from all of the people who could have made up a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, including Fortuna, Rio Del, Palmer Creek, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we have to realize that we're taking on a lot, and we're also going to create an advisory committee that will be very involved in this, aside from the consultants. And the biggest, again, as I said earlier, my biggest concern at this point is in some way not dropping the ball where, after we get to the end of this, we don't have some way of funding this ongoing work, because 1.9 million is a lot, but it is going to run out. So anyway, yeah, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, that is a really important concern, the ongoing costs, right?
Yeah.
And so again, by example, in Trinidad, what we did after the first 500,000 that did the plan was every single project that happened out of that plan then had a chunk to pay the city of Trinidad for all of the grant applications, the grant management, invoicing, final reports. City of Trinidad ran all that, charged every grant. $7 million for the pier went through the Rancheria. About $8 million has gone through the city of Trinidad, and both entities have received 20-25% admin out of those grants to manage them, run them. And the same thing will happen here. That is how these things unfold. There's no guarantees. I'm not suggesting that, but there is a pattern here of how these things will unfold. Now, it's true that COVID changes everything, right? But as Hank says, it doesn't seem like we really have much of a choice other than to spend money on litigation and have them start doing all kinds of things from the state to us. Or we get out in front of this and take it on, take these funds, do a great job on the planning, and then let's implement some great stuff for the dairy farmers and for everybody else up the Eel River. I really believe that, but that's me, you know me.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's, this is not a topic that I've got a lot of expertise in. So, in listening to what I'm hearing, I just want to see if I'm correct with this. Basically, what Hank is saying is we're at the end of the time frame. If we don't do something, we're going to lose control. And if that's accurate, then we just hold our nose and move forward with that plan. I don't know what else you'd say. I mean, Supervisor Bohn is talking about, I think, more in the line of suing, but it doesn't sound like that is something that would fit within that 11th hour. So I guess I just ask Hank how he sees if that was a route,
Are we in a 12-hour day or a 24-hour day on that 11th hour? Wouldn't we be in the 23rd hour then?
Actually, I think time stood still right now with COVID, right? So it's like eternity. Wow.
And I think what I said was, could we do the two in tandem? But and I'll be honest, I've never been a big fan. I've never made a living off of grants and know that there's a whole bunch of money out there in grants. I see them all the time on the ground here, and I see some are successful and some are not so much. But what I'm saying is with the state having a $21 billion surplus, now going to be estimated $33 billion for COVID, I'm not so sure if the bucket's going to be as full as it once was. And what scares me, $1.9 million is going to get ate up pretty quick. And I appreciate your love for the dairy farmers and things like that. Right now, they can't afford any more costs. And when you start monitoring, they've monitored their water. We've got 60 years worth of records showing them monitoring the water. So, I mean, you guys can go ahead and go forward with this. I think this is we're just saying, well, it's just 1.9 million and we'll get a whole bunch more grants. And then I think about how big the Eel River watershed is. and then how small that he outside caller, how small the Trinidad was, and got $15 million, he said, over the last 10 years. It scares the hell out of me what it's going to cost for the Eel River with all their users. And I mean, we've got close to 9,000 people, 10,000 people that pull their water out of the Eel River. So it's a deep concern that we just roll over and say, yeah, we'd love to do this, just because they won't listen to our model. And it is our model. It's not their model. It's our model that they denied. And I think our ground truthing is a lot better than theirs.
Okay. Any further discussion before I put it out for public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Ryan. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair, we do have public comment on this item.
Okay, great. First caller, you're on the air.
Estelle, I've been unmuted. I'm back at you again. You know, now that I'm in the 7th district, I don't represent the human race anymore. I represent Mother Nature, and that's why I'm here. So that's why I'm speaking. That is probably one of the most impacted watersheds that Mother Nature knows of. And as soon as you bring back the same amount of fishery that was in that watershed, one of the most beautiful, wonderful watersheds, then she won't even consider litigating against you. So here, this is for Roy O'Connor when it gets to his desk. You're not doing this would basically be violating the human right to water and environmental justice, and it would be the other thing, which is even bigger than that, is Mother Nature's right to water. So yes, please do this. Please get involved. Please protect one of our best things. I hate to have to agree to disagree with you on this one, Rex. Hopefully good things will come from it. Hopefully, in my opinion, it'll assess how many Humboldt County green crack grows we have out there, both black and white market, that have been decimating that watershed for the recent years. And maybe 60 years, I don't know, you might have it, but I really don't think we've had a fishery to speak of compared to what we used to have. So I want that fishery back. Maybe we'll get the flow back in the eels through this. I think a lot of good things hopefully will come of it. And if it doesn't, it's kind of your guys' fault because now you're in charge. So the big weight's on your shoulder unless you decide to go ahead and litigate this. And of course, I make recommendations with consequences. I wouldn't do that, because I will join the other side because I'm representing Mother Nature now. So there you go. That's my opinion. You can always call me and get me to change my mind on this one, but I think you're probably going to move forward this time. That's my crystal ball.
Thank you, Ken. Is there any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment I have for this item.
Thank you. So bring it back to the board, and I believe it's close the public hearing. That is Jefferson? Yeah, okay. Close the public hearing and welcome further discussion at the board or a motion.
I'll make a
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt the attached resolution authorizing Humboldt County Groundwater Sustainability Agency for the Eel River Groundwater Basin and authorize Public Works to issue the RFP and direct Public Works to bring the agreement for professional services with selected consulting firm back to the board for review for approval.
Second.
And I want to point out that we did have an email come in support of this from Holly Hall, Dr. Holly Hall.
We got it.
And I want to say that again, I mean, from my perspective, you know, voting no on this would push us into a direction that's not as, or would have a more likely, more negative potential outcome. And so I think that this is the correct direction.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I want to thank Hank Seaman a lot for all of your work on this, and all of the people who are involved in the working group. It's been very dedicated. I never went to a meeting where there wasn't just standing room. And it's pretty impressive that people have stayed involved and sounds like they want to stay involved. So there is that local control aspect to it that is very, very important. Any further comments? Okay, I'll ask Ryan to do a roll call on this motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Bohn.
For the sake of humanity, yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us all day, and do want to close here today on a special note. I'm adjourning the meeting today in memory of Starla Early. And Starla is a wonderful, wonderful person who left us on the morning of April 24th. She worked for close to 2 decades with the Sheriff's Department. She was a fixture in the Garberville Sheriff's Substation. And I would consider her an emergency responder, because even when the sheriffs weren't there, if you had some issue, you called, and as long as Starla was there, it was going to be addressed. I honored to call her a good friend, and send my best wishes to her family. And with that, we'll adjourn in memory of Starla Early.
Well done, Chair. Thank you.